in particular non-asset classes that provide a very good return to the member. And actually in this period in time, that's when the sector has witnessed high returns to the members, double-digit returns for the last 5 years or thereabout.
So, in my opinion, that is trust from the general public that we are doing the right thing, and we hope that we continue to do that.
In the next 10 years, what I would like to really see going forward is the spread of coverage, because the pension sector as it is now is really in the formal sector.
Barristry is not like something that you're going to learn and maybe at a point, yes, you may not get a job immediately, but it's a skill that you have in your head and you can actually invent and start your own business. That's the beauty about it. Like, the more you get exposure, the more knowledge you get from different places. So for any barrister out there, any young man out there who is really lacking and they feel like, should I try it? Come on, it's time. The coffee industry is growing big in Uganda and out. Baristas are really respected people, not like before. So please join. It is really a very good adventure. Come on, down at Blue Plus. We are ready for you.
What is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay, so Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company, and our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover, we are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. Yeah. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. Yeah. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature. Yeah. First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop. Yeah. And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay.
My name is David Okwi, and I'm the shop manager here at Oduka. Our vision is really to bring technology closer to the people, closer to you, tech that you can afford, tech that lasts, tech that is durable, and tech that you can use to simplify your life. My inspiration behind starting Oduka came from the fact that I've been blogging or writing about tech for the past 10 years, but the stuff that I've been writing about has not been locally available in the market. So what we did is, let's bring this technology to the people. So we really had to start a store, an actual store that you can order today and then have the product delivered to you tomorrow. So currently we launched with mobile accessories. Think a car phone charger, car phone mount, iPhone charger, micro USB, Type-C, charging accessories like this power extension here with 4 ports that you can use to charge your phone, as well as the other ports for appliances. We test our products and make sure that they're up to standard. We vet our suppliers. We don't just get any supplier. Other than the fact that COVID-19 has forced you to sell online, there are very many advantages why you should do that. One of the advantages is the convenience that you're bringing to your customers. Two is that you have a wide market that expands beyond your working clients. We intend to grow, to bring more tech, to bring tech to the everyday user out there, and to bring really good tech. In order to do that, we intend to scale our product categories and to also cement our position as a leader in electronic products.
My name is Martin Anthony Nsuvuga. I'm the CEO of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And I've served the institution until now, where I've grown to the position of the Chief Executive Officer. So I've seen UBRA since its establishment.
I was also the person who started the organization as interim CEO for the organization. My role was to set up the organization. I was the technical person really handling all these reforms. They asked me to come and set up this institution, which is the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. So I was requested to start as interim Chief Executive Officer from the year 2012 to early 2015. It's been a great journey. When we started from scratch.
The journey of 10 years of UBRA started with an Act of Parliament of 2011, but actual operation started in 2012, and that's why we are celebrating 10 years today.
There was no institutional setup, there were no laws, there was nothing. So we started with the legal framework, putting in place the legal framework that establishes the supervisor or the regulator for the retirement benefits sector. Before then,
UBRA came into the market about 10 years ago. The first thing they did, right from their first offices at Communications House, was to take stock of the market. Who are the players? Who are the retirement players in the market? Who are the service providers? Which schemes are operating in the market? Service to note that there was already something happening in the market, even before UBRA came to play.
And because of that, there were Ponzi schemes, there were frauds and all those kind of things. There was no trust in the sector. So our primary objective was to build a system that would instill confidence in the general public.
I believe the journey has been very successful. We have a footprint now in the community, and that footprint is best exemplified by the growth of the pensions sector. When we were appointed, the pension sector savings were less than 5 trillion. Today they're approaching 20 trillion.
A number of proposals were carried to Parliament, and the biggest one was to actually put in place a sector regulator.
My role as a Member of Parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. And one of the laws we have made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country.
You would appreciate that this is not a small contribution. for a sector that was not regulated. But overall, it was part of the global reforms that we are seeing in other countries in the pension sector.
To me, that's a plus for the authority.
And you can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion.
To me, that is a plus for UBRA and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected.
So one of the main objectives was to safeguard the interests of the members. Now, what this means is that the moment members' interests are safeguarded, their rights are protected, it then boils down to growth of the sector. Now, what we've seen in the last 10 years is that the sector, the assets under management have more than tripled. So within a span of 10 years, we're seeing a lot of efficiency in terms of members are able to get their benefits, they're able to access more information about their schemes. More importantly is the professionalism that has been injected in the sector.
There has been a deliberate effort to build trust because the foundation is strong, it can be trusted. And again, the investment structures are very solid, so which means they encourage the growth of the market, the growth of the portfolio, and also provide the positive returns that we see to date.
The last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing, is promoting transparency. So to a member, that information creates trust within the member because you are saying, there's nothing I'm hiding. This is how we run the scheme in the year. There were 13 meetings, and this member of the board, out of 13, he attended 3.
In the saving schemes, there was no trust, there was no confidence, there was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator.
I think as well, looking generally at the business environment, you rarely now see complaints of people stating that the funds that they thought they had in their names have disappeared or have been paid to the wrong person. And all this is just because of the supervisory role that UBRA has brought in, which has been pivotal in making us run a world-class pension sector in Uganda.
There are 3 parts to any pension system. There's the contributions or collections of pensions, there is the management of the pensions or the investment of these pension savings, and then there's the payment of these pension savings, either through a lump sum or through monthly payments. We have had a shared responsibility with UBRA for the past 10 years in the aspect of management of the savings through investments because many of the fund managers whom we license are also licensed by UBRA. Although UBRA focuses a lot more on the pensions, the retirement savings that they manage. So we have done this role together, we've had this shared role. The synergies we have drawn from this partnership have been very beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together with UBRA in the future.
We see growth in number of schemes in this market. Today we are talking of 65 schemes. In the past we are talking of 3 schemes that were established by an Act of Parliament. That is the Public Service Pension Scheme, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and the NSSF, all of them established by an Act of Parliament.
More importantly is to say that the journey that UBRA has walked over the 10 years have been challenging, but also refreshing, in a sense that they came into a virgin market. There was no regulator before them, especially in the pension sector. So what they started with was commendable. Let's do a stock taking. Let's understand the market. Who is doing what in the market? So I think that phase helped UBRA create the visibility, create identity for the first 3-4 years. Over the years, they've also been able to do publicity to kind of show the market, show the public that this is what we do, and especially as you plan for your retirement.
At least for the last 10 years, we've not had any corruption, loss of members' funds. We've also not had any poor investments because investments are all known, structured, in particular known asset classes that provide a very good return to the member. And actually in this period in time, that's when the sector has witnessed high returns to the members, double-digit returns for the last 5 years or thereabout.
So, in my opinion, that is trust from the general public that we are doing the right thing, and we hope that we continue to do that.
In the next 10 years, what I would like to really see going forward is the spread of coverage, because the pension sector as it is now is really in the formal sector. And when you look at the working population of Uganda, if you even put it at around 20 to 25 million, the working population, not even 3 million are covered by pensions.
I think my main message to Ubra is, first of all, to thank the CEO, Mr. Martin Nsubuga, and his team for supporting the pension reforms that have taken place so far, but also to remind the team that there's still some work to be done. It's not over, there's still some reforms that need to be done, particularly in the area of limiting access to long-term savings. So Martin and team, please don't rest. There's still some more work to be done to grow the domestic savings base of this country.
We feel that as a committee, Ubra needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they are doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement.
If you were to ask me, what should Ubra's next 10 years focus on? I would say that Ubra's next 10 years should be to now build this 20 trillion asset base that has been generated, should actually be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes. But Ubra should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. And I can tell you, if you make very good regulations, we have the support of Parliament.
I believe that the next 10 years are quite pivotal. We've gone through the best building of the industry, and right now we are at the point where we have to be tasked with generating value for our clients and exhibiting relevance over the next 10 years. I'm very, very confident. In fact, I'm really proud of the work that has been done for the last 10 years, and my imagination runs wild. What is possible for the next 10 years.
And the other key achievement that or work in progress that Ubra is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support Ubra, is the coming up with a national micro pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10.
So our focus, what really keeps us awake when I wake up in the morning, that drives my day, protection of members' funds.
So what I see going forward for the next 10 years is an organization that is efficient, that is creating value for the benefits. Efficiency meaning when I contribute, I must be guaranteed that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when I retire, my money will be there. And ensuring that the monies that I contribute invested in assets that will make my money grow. Not just putting in 1 shilling, and 20 years you're paid 1 shilling. When I put in 1 shilling, I should be paid 100 shillings at the end of 30 years. And that's the objective, and that's efficiency.
I think to the customer out there who might not even think they are a customer because you ride a boda, you are in the garden, you don't even have anything to your name, Ubra will find you wherever you are and will look after you because it's their mandate to look after you in retirement. And they can only look after you in retirement if you avail yourself now. And all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, Ubra wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. And Ubra works with people and different entities to deliver that. As service providers, I think we want to say congratulations again, Ubra. We feel the heat sometimes, but we are ready for the task.
As we celebrate, let's also remember that there are those who are not yet part of the saving culture, and we find ways of bringing them forward. I wish you a happy celebration.
As we celebrate 10 years of service protecting retirement benefits in this country, allow me to thank the Board of Directors of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. You have been very instrumental and very focused. Allow me also to thank the staff and management of Ubra. You have supported the cause. Allow me also to thank my predecessors, the first interim CEO, Mr. Moses Bekabyo, the Chief Executive Officer, my immediate predecessor, Mr. Bonyi David Nyakundi, the government of Uganda who have supported us, providing us with all the resources that we need from the day Ubra started up to now, the regulated entities, the stakeholders, the fund managers, the custodians, the administrators. Without you, we would not be talking of structures of governance in this market. And of course, the members who are saving, who have trusted us, who have continuously saved with the different schemes. Allow me to assure you that as we deliberate on this direction for the next years of service, at Ubra, we shall continue to protect your retirement benefits. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless our country, Uganda. Let us celebrate as we thank God.
Irene, being the very first person in Uganda, earlier on when we were talking to you, you became the first employee of Diwala in Uganda. I mean, what does that make you feel like being the first leader of a new innovation happening in Uganda? What experience has it given you so far?
It's a very humbling experience. And I always thank the team at Diwala for giving me the opportunity, because I can tell you when they met me, it was about 3 years ago, but you know, just chatting about, you know, what technology is in Uganda, how it can be applied to the education sector. It wasn't really, I could say, an interview. It was more me trying to give people some data and some information. And my CEO tells me that from that point, she felt like, you know, I could be part of that team. And I can tell you, I had zero knowledge about what blockchain technology is.
Yes.
And
yet here you are now talking like,
zero technology.
Yeah.
And you know, now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important.
Yeah.
You know, it is important to know
Why?
the reason behind your why.
Yes.
Like, why are you doing something?
Yes,
And you know, understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's first of all a humbling experience that I'm part of that team.
Yeah.
It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. Yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
It is a CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okila on this particular day of the week or the month or the year, depending on which part of the world you're actually watching this program from. My guest this morning on the CEO bench needs no introduction. It is said that if a person needs a long introduction, they don't deserve one. And if they deserve one, they don't need one. Ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, on the CEO bench today, we bring you the story of a young lady springing out of Uganda from the central region of Buganda. The name means something else, and both of our names are quite very, significant when you think about the words and the meaning behind the words. What the English people say is the etymology of the letter, or the words, or the origin of the words. Welcome to the CEO bench. And of course, as my name is Eddie Okila, live on House of Talent Television is Divine Nabawesi, who is the founder and the CEO of Bamboo, Divine Bamboo, or Bamboo Divine. That's how now people call her. Divine, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Eddie.
First of all, how are you and how have you been?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for having me here.
You are welcome. And the CEO bench often look at people like you who are doing something significant in our society, or people who are doing something for others, or people who look beyond self. But first, we want to know from you, who is Divine in a nutshell?
Who is Divine?
Yes.
First of all, I'm very honored to be here. I know that you've had some very great speakers before me, so I'm very honored for the invitation. And as you mentioned, my name is Divine Nabawesi. I'm Ugandan, born and raised. I grew up in Entebbe, and I later moved to Kampala, where I attended secondary school. I went to Uganda Matters, Namugongo, and then for my A-levels, I went to King's College, Budo, and then I pursued a Bachelor's of Social Work at Makerere University.
Okay. And when you say you you grew up from Entebbe. Does that mean that's where your ancestry starts from, your home, everything? For a person who's watching you from, you know, New York or from London or from, you know, Finland, and they want to know more about you, they don't know these things. In Africa, we have the origin of where we come from. Is that where your parents spring out from?
Okay. So the origin story is will sound a bit funny because my village is actually Nigeria, which used to be a village, but now it's not a village. So yeah, that's where my mother is from, and my father is from Masaka.
Okay.
Yes.
So authentically, you're a Muganda from Buganda.
Yes, I am.
All right. And then so they always ask, Wedirachi, what is your tribe? Does that mean in Buganda?
Yeah.
So let's just tell us more about the culture of Buganda and where you come from, how you guys do things, the history of your name, behind what does Nabawesi mean for somebody who is watching the program from, you know, any part of the world and would like to know you. Particularly me, personally, I'm interested in knowing.
Well, okay, that is a tough question. that is a very tough question. But my clan is the Cow clan.
Okay.
So my name, Nabawesi, comes from Omuwesi, who used to be an iron worker.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Why did your parents give you the Omuwesi name that was a iron worker? And yet you were in wood and bamboo.
True. Maybe they knew I was going to be a creative.
Okay.
Maybe, I suspect.
And talking about creativity, all through growing up, you know, what has been your creative thinking process like as a person?
I think that I draw a lot of inspiration from reading. I started to read at a very young age. I'm always reading. And when you read, you're drawn into this world of different characters from different centuries, and I think that that opens up your mind. And because you're able to dream and to know that there's a different world out there and that anything is possible, really. So I think for me that's been very important.
All right. Talking about that, your parents, your father and your mother, and your history from Nigeria, which is just a suburb of Kampala. For those of you guys who are watching the show from all across the world, Nigeria is just it's what we call a satellite city away from the city of Kampala. You know, a couple of kilometers away from the main city is where she comes from. So technically, Divine was born or comes from the city center. That's the village. And Masaka is what, about 100 kilometers away, or 122? Is it 200 kilometers? From Kampala. Yes. About 120 kilometers away from Kampala. Yeah. So she's a girl around about the city and the town. All right. And talking of that, when we want to look a little bit deeper on the background of Divine from the family point of view, growing up as a child, what was it like with your parents?
I think I had a normal childhood. It was happy, but I think mostly ordinary. I was able to explore and play as a child, so I think, yeah, it was a good childhood.
Okay, and what was your character like when growing up as a child, that when you look back at this point where you are right now, you can say, yeah, I was always leaning towards this? Were you beaten like a typical, African child who is always given a few slaps here and there for being stubborn? At some point, we would just see parents give you a look, and you'll know what the look means and what it does. Not very many people know this. How was yours like in your family? Are you the only child? Are you, how many are you?
Okay, so I have 3 siblings, but I think that growing up, I was a good student, what some call teacher's pet. Yes. So I was very good. Yes. I did my homework on time. Yes. I was excelling. So I think I always survived the caning because of that. Yeah. I was a good student. I also loved nature. I joined the Girl Guides, and because we were in Entebbe, we would go camping in the botanical gardens. So I always loved nature from a young age. I was planting flowers and trees already at a young age. So I was drawn to nature very early on.
Wow. Which basically brings us to this interview that we're having today. So Divine, let's talk about you and the leadership. The program you're on today is about leadership. Change management, leadership, change management and transformation is what the CEO bench is about. We bring people who are, moving forward or climbing the ladder to the top of leadership, or coming down from the top as leaders, retiring, or people who are on the way, the verge of going. And right now, you are a lady on the rise. And the nomination that brought you to the CEO bench suggests that. We want to just know from you that your self-leadership, what is your understanding of leadership first of all, and what is leadership to you?
My understanding of leadership would be someone who is able to inspire others. So a leader should be somebody that other people look up to for guidance on, it could be a specific discipline, maybe a sport or entrepreneurship, but a leader needs to be able to inspire others. Always, if you wait for other people to motivate you, it's like waiting at a train station where no trains come, so you'll be waiting forever. So you basically have to motivate yourself. That's the only way to be a leader, I think.
Okay. There are 5 different types of leadership, Divine, that exist. There's what we call a transformative leader or transformative leadership approach. There's what we call a laissez-faire leadership approach and style. And there's what we call a democratic leadership style or approach. And there's what we call transactional leadership approach to things. And then the 5th one is what we call charismatic. Which of these do you practice and why?
Interesting, because I feel like there's maybe one missing.
Yes.
And I would call it collaborative leadership.
Yeah.
Yes, because I don't think that in any organization or country or any setting that just one person has all the answers.
Yeah.
So I believe that it's always a team effort, whether it's a family or in a company.
Yeah.
So I think my style of leadership is collaborative.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that said, Divine, just as we take a break from this, we want to take a break, but when we come back, we want to focus a little bit more about knowing you and, why you do what you do. And of course, to tell us a little bit more about bamboo, you have been headlining all across Uganda and, even across border about bamboo planting. And we all grew up knowing that bamboo was a tree you can find at home. We played under, we picked the leaves. It was used for buildings, it was used for building shades, houses in Africa. And at some point it died. It started dying away. It wasn't now the main thing like eucalyptus used to be, the bamboo used to be. Yeah. But you are in this space back. Why bamboo, by the way?
Why bamboo?
Yes.
Why not bamboo? Should I answer now or after the break?
Yeah, sure. No, answer that one.
Why bamboo? Bamboo is a miracle plant. It's a magical plant. I first fell in love with bamboo, first of all, because it's a beautiful plant. Yeah. Have you been in a bamboo forest?
Yes.
Where?
Not really a forest per se. I would call it a bamboo plant.
Yeah.
Yes, just a smaller place which is not really a forest. What we'll say 1 acre is not a forest, 2 acres, 3 acres is not a forest.
Okay.
Yes, I went to one which used to supply the buildings, the places that build places for recreation in Kampala, yes. Okay. So they're the biggest, largest place for production of bamboo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was my first introduction to bamboo, that it's just a beautiful, magical plant. When you're in the bamboo forest, the way it looks, the way the wind blows through the leaves, it's just magical.
Okay.
So that was my first introduction. I fell in love with how it looks. And then as I got to study it more, I found out it's even more miraculous, because from just this one plant, you have over 1,600 uses. So it's a plant that the Chinese have a poem which talks about bamboo, that you can wake up, a man wakes up in a bamboo house, because bamboo is used for construction. You can sleep in bamboo bed sheets, in a bamboo bed. You can eat bamboo. You can use it for paper. You can use it for so many things. So it's a really magical plant in terms of development. And so for a country like Uganda, we can really benefit from bamboo.
Wow.
Yeah.
Divine, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we will be focusing more on your work at Divine Bamboo, and you know what you're doing right now, why you're doing what you're doing, and the leadership in that space, the change and management of change in that space, as well as the transformation. This is the CEO Bench. We'll be right back after the break. By the way, when you won in Tanzania, you know, that was your biggest cup, Sekafa. What was the party like? Did your chairman walk on his head? What was going on?
The chairman was very excited. I had not heard.
What happened in the board? We want to know.
First of all, some of the board members flew in to watch the game.
Okay.
The chairman could not fly in because of the schedule, but I was on call from the semi-final stage. He would call me all the time. Do you need anything? We're happy. He was very excited. I had never had a chairman CEO conversation this long with him. It was the first time.
Yes.
And everybody that is connected to Express was really, really happy. I mean, we beat Yanga in the semi-final. Then we beat Nyasa Bullets from Malawi, the champions of Malawi. And everybody was really, really excited. My family was very excited. My family is always complaining that I don't talk about them. My family was very happy. They were excited. I'm sure most of them are watching this show right now. The families of my staff, this for me is very exciting. The families of my staff are always following Express because their children are working for Express.
Wow.
And many other people. It was winning the Sekafa.
Yes.
Kind of cemented the kind of transformation Express has had in the recent times. And we have a Sekafa. Every time I look at that trophy, I keep telling my people, well done.
Yes.
And I'm sure the chairman, wherever he is, I'm sure he's busy, but he will watch this show. I'm sure he's happy that we have the Sekafa in our bag. We have the Premier League in our bag. In his third year, by the way. This is his last year, but I know he's around, but he had a plan from 2018 to 2021, and 2021 he has won all this. I'm sure he's very happy. For the first time, and we believe it's not the last time. Okay. Yeah.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, live on House of Talent. And of course, my guest this day or this morning, this evening, this night, depending on which part of the world you're watching the program from, is a lady who is deeply rooted into planting bamboo for a cause. Divine Nabawesi is the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo, a limited company, but for a cause. If I get it right. Divine, welcome back to the program. Divine, we're talking about bamboo and your life at bamboo and the things and why bamboo and why you picked bamboo. I want to take you straight to this question that I usually ask. In today's rapidly changing world, learning to design our organization to read the turbulences that are brought about by the advent of COVID-19, for example, creatively is quite critical to our existence going forward. And leadership plays at the core of this every time we think about it. You are thinking creatively in the space of I need to plant bamboo. We're talking about climate change at the moment, and it's a turbulence that is coming with it, forcing us to do many things that are not right. I want to take you back to that point. Why did you pick yourself and give yourself, and rather gave yourself the meaning and appointed yourself to start doing bamboo of all the things that you've talked about? Why?
Why? That's a very interesting question, Eddie, but I actually think it's the other way around. Yes. I don't think I chose bamboo. I think bamboo chose me. I think bamboo chose me because I really feel like it's my life's calling, my life's work to do this. Yeah. And so it was a natural progression because I already love nature, I love trees, and the more I started to learn about bamboo, I saw how much potential it has, not only for climate change, but like for rural development, for youth empowerment, for women economic empowerment. So there's so much potential there. I had no choice but to start engaging with the bamboo industry.
Okay. And initially you were in the construction business before, if we follow you well. And why the switch?
Why the switch? I think...
What sparked the switch?
I think it's related to something we were talking about in the break. Yeah. That a lot of times we do work that we don't have passion for. And so I felt like that wasn't my calling. I wasn't really happy doing that, being in the real estate sector. So I wanted to do something that, that would make my heart happy, while at the same time contributing to social and environmental good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about the Divine Bamboo. When you started the organization, you said you were not, you felt like it was a calling for you to go into it. But what is really the real story behind the call, and what is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay. So Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company. And our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover. We are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. Yeah. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. Yeah. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature. Yeah. First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop. Yeah. And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay. Uganda is predominantly a country that uses, or Africa for that matter, a continent that predominantly uses wood as a cooking fuel. For many, livelihood depends on it, and therefore we are cutting trees because of this. Has been a long journey of us using charcoal for for eternity. I mean, at home you're using charcoal. Now we've seen the new gas fuel coming in for cooking, but not everyone can afford. And the mindset behind cutting the trees and the economy around it is also heavy. There's a lot of money into the charcoal business, which is cutting down the trees, burning the charcoal and selling it. And a lot of the stories we've seen how trees in Uganda are disappearing because Kenya is demanding a lot of charcoal coming from Uganda. And our neighbors, and so is Rwanda. How are you dealing with this challenge of people still believing that this is where our economic livelihood spring out from, and yet you're telling us not to cut the trees? I mean, since you started this campaign and this organization to sort of like educate us and change our perspective and take us back to the dangers that faces us from a climate change perspective, how's the journey been like, and how are you dealing with the perception and the mindset of these people?
So I would say it's interesting because we no longer have to do a lot of the talking. Yeah. And unfortunately, because of changing circumstances, it's now self-evident For example, when we started Divine Bamboo 5 years ago, a sack of charcoal in Kampala was like 50,000. Right now it's like 100,000. And that shows you the scarcity. So charcoal used to come like from Luero. Now people are going as far as Arua and Moyo to cut down trees. So sadly, eventually there will be no more trees to cut. So even at 200,000, the charcoal just won't be there anymore. So that's self-evident, everybody can see that. And so the solution is now more obvious. The other evident thing is climate change. 10 years ago, if you went to the village and told people about climate change, they would not understand. But now, you don't have to be in COP in Glasgow to understand climate change. Even farmers in the village can know that the rain is taking longer, the sun is hotter, the harvests are changing. So because of the way the world is moving, the problem we are solving is now very obvious. And I think that's why finally at COP we were able to see a focus on nature solutions, because we have to use nature to fight it. It's not the only solution, but I think it's a big part of the solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Divine, let's talk about more about the people that you're working with, and at Divine Bamboo. How do you get people motivated to join your dream and your vision and your mission? If you would start from your mission and how you recruited people to it.
So again, we try not to recruit people and then motivate them. We try to recruit motivated people. Yeah, because we would like to have a team which is already motivated in solving the problems of climate change, of deforestation, of youth empowerment. So once somebody already has that as a foundation, it's then easy to bring them onto the team and to inculcate in them what our values and mission are.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm talking of the youth empowerment just before we take another break, if you'll break that more. Everybody is talking about youth employment, youth empowerment, youth employment, but we don't tend to get the substance coming out of it or the impact of it coming out. And we watched yesterday or the other day during the COP, 26 in Glasgow, when everyone was talking about the impact, the social impact, the youth, the entrepreneurship that needs to do, and everyone was talking about impact. But yet, when you look at the impact on the ground with the people that we're talking about, it doesn't seem to be quite immense. What are you doing as Divine Bamboo to bring this out? And what is youth livelihood and entrepreneurship from your perspective as Divine Bamboo?
So again, I would preface that by saying that the work we don't do by ourselves. We have a good team in-house, obviously, but we also have a network of partners. So for example, we are working with UNDP on a youth empowerment project, and some of our activities included training youth in Kamwokya. So we had a training about a month ago where we trained over 200 youth in Kamwokya. And we want to see how we can bring them on board in the value chain of clean energy. And so our ethos is to meet them where they are. So it's not about preaching, you need to use clean energy, you need to not cut trees, but you need to give them alternatives. And then you also need to show them how that works within their current situation. So for example, if we go to somebody making Rolex or making barbecue, we can show them how if they use our bamboo briquettes, they are cleaner, so there's less smoke and soot, so means better health for them, but also they cook longer, so in the end they're able to have a saving. So it has to be practical for your audience and for the customer.
Okay. Divine, talking about that, obviously Africa struggles quite a bit, and Uganda is no different from leadership. Mentorship management in leadership is not quite easy. And the young people of today are not finding it easier compared to the baby boomers, and then the what I would say, our fathers. They had a certain level of mentorship. The ones that came after that stopped the process. The ones that are supposed to be mentoring, those we're calling millennial today, or Gen Z, are not even trying it. What are you doing with Divine Bamboo from a leadership perspective to get this youth that you're training in any of these areas to actually know that leadership is a very key component of them, succeeding in life?
I actually have a different take on that.
Yeah.
I feel that today, more than any other time in human history, there are more opportunities than have ever been there. There's so much information in books, on the internet, and so I actually feel that young people today have more resources than ever before. You can go on Twitter and learn from the best minds possible without paying anything, both globally and even locally here. Like, for example, what Robert Kabushenga is doing with his 360 Mentor. He's having incredible people there. You can access it for free. So I think that the opportunities today are greater than ever. But yeah, so what we are doing is we have internship programs. So we have internship programs where we bring on the youth and we teach them how we are working and how they can maybe be a part of the organization.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you talk about this, Divine, it's a good point and I would like to agree with you. But I want to just take you a little bit back to, one thing is telling them this is what you need to do, or this is how we need to go. The other thing is holding their hand to go with them to reach there. How are we doing this at Divine Bamboo? Because you fairly deal with a young generation motivated by your work, you're training the younger people. What is their response toward your call and how are you dealing with it, holding the hand to move them forward?
The response is very good. We have a lot of engagement on our social media channels, but I think the biggest one, like I mentioned, is the internship program, where they actually come and join the company, and for a few months, maybe 3 or 4 months, they get to work with us. And through that program, we've actually got, I think right now, like 4 current employees who came through that program. So I think that would be our biggest engagement, on top of the outreach that we do, like in Kamocha, where we had the training to show them how to use briquettes in their existing businesses.
Wow. We're talking to Divine Nabawesi, who is the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo, an organization that has focused itself in planting bamboo and making sure that we actually have clean energy coming up from that space. If you have a question, we would like you to post it out there and Divine will be able to answer it. Kisses and disses are welcome. We don't take things personal. Divine is here to, answer your question. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, the CEO bench will continue on change management and how bamboo is causing transformation in our society. What is leadership to you, JP?
So for me, the leadership, I would say there are different components, but the most important is the art of knowing people.
Yeah.
How you know your clients, how you know your associates, your colleagues, and all the different stakeholders that are part of the business. How you know your bosses, your investors, how you know the key people that bring you business, the key relationship you must have in a market in order to make sure that thing goes smooth. So I think this requires an openness of mindset.
Yes.
And I would say that for me, the fact, again, that I have 2 cultures, I live in different places, it helps a lot.
Okay.
You find similarities, of course. If I see how Ugandans are and how Brazilians are, they are not totally alike, but there are a lot of similarities. If I see how a French person is, or a German, or an American, they are very different. And difficult people. I know by the French side, because I have my French family.
Yes.
I worked in France. I worked with French companies.
Yes.
So I learned how to deal
with
with
all
this.
of them, yes.
And so it's and now especially this past years working for Sheraton Group, it's more like Anglo-Saxon approach of,
Yes,
of
yes.
hospitality.
Yes.
So this also, so all these dimensions are very important. So it's knowing people, knowing the culture, the different generations you deal with. It's a very important.
Yeah.
It became more and more because the gap between generations have changed.
Yeah.
I would say, or I mean, people that analyze the market trends,
Yes, yes.
how things go. Before, a generation gap will be 10 years.
Yes, yeah.
Now it's shorter.
Yeah. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okila and this is Creative Industry Talk mixed with the CEO bench, with everything about talking creatively about planting trees, but particularly bamboo. Today we've learned something from Divine, that bamboo is a magical tree, it's a magical plant. We want to dig deep into that. Divine, welcome back to the program. When we went to the break, we were talking about the impact of the project that you do on the young people that you're working with, the mentorship management and the leadership. Let's talk about change management. There are a lot of things that are happening in our society today. And as the founder and CEO of Divine Bamboo, you must be meeting a lot of challenges that requires change and managing change from one place to another. But first, you started by managing change from you, turning around your life from the construction business and the real estate business into bamboo. No one quite understood why you just did a switch. What was the journey like moving from what you once was comfortable with to something that it could have been either failure or success?
So the journey is never smooth. I don't know if you've seen like an infographic that illustrates the journey of success, like what outsiders see is a straight line.
Yes.
But really what's going on is like a lot of craziness.
Yes, yes.
So of course the journey is not smooth.
Okay.
And in the beginning I had no idea at all what I was going to do after I left the real estate industry. And so I actually took some time off and went to travel and just to find out what I want to do. And yeah, so I think that looking deep within yourself and being honest with yourself and looking at what you love to do, what your interests are and your passion, it will lead you to your calling.
Okay. Divine, talking about that, what is your greatest challenge that you have ever faced in your life and how were you able to manage it as a founder and CEO of Divine Bamboo?
I think the biggest challenge is financial, definitely. Because the very definition of a startup is that you're doing something in an innovative way that has not been done before. And unfortunately, that means that sometimes you don't even know how your idea is going to make money. So you know that it's going to save the world and save the forest, but how does it make money? So until you figure that out, there's a gap, so it's really challenging. And even when you figure it out, because it's a new product, you don't get customers just like that. So it's a process. And so it's very challenging because the company is running and you have bills and you have people to pay and you have all these things going on. And so, yeah, it's quite challenging to run a company for a number of years while you're loss making. But, yeah.
Yes, that's a challenge for everyone. And one of the things I want to, while we're still on change management, You obviously meet young people or people who have been through certain things like you have been through already. What are usually your answers to them? You said the challenge was when you started running the company for some time without financials and, you know, splitting everything. I'm sure you went back to your parents quite too many times to ask for a few shillings here and there to help you, and they kept telling you, but this thing of yours, we're not sure about it. And then they start to measure your degree, which you have gotten, vis-a-vis what you are doing that doesn't sort of like, you know, take you to the corporate world where it's almost assured that you're going to get salary at the end of the month. There are many people like that who are stuck and they're watching you right now. What advice would you give them on how they can manage that change that sometimes can make some people become very comfortable and fearful to move?
So one of the best pieces of advice I've ever had was like, when things are tough, especially in business, instead of giving up, just keep doing what you're doing, and by this time next year, be here doing the same thing. So you need to have a laser sharp focus.
Yes.
You need to tune out all the noise and just keep doing what you're doing, because eventually your work will speak for itself. Eventually your customers will find you, your people will find you. But obviously it's not easy, it's easier said than done.
Yes.
So you need to prepare yourself. It's really, really tough. So your tolerance of pain has to be also quite high.
Yes.
But in the end, it works out.
Okay.
So I would say persistence. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's
okay.
all.
But how do you find persistence, hope, trust and character in the midst challenges of bills coming in, you know, change from where you used to be comfortable with salary and to where you now need to, you know, drink a cup of coffee at Endiro Coffee, like where you used to sit, and the pocket is not coming as clearly as possible. How do you manage that change, which is really very tricky at that point? I know you said it's not easy and said and done, but I want you to just dig a little bit deep on your story of when you didn't have the finances, but you had to start. How were you able to keep going, and how did you eventually hit the finance button?
I mean, I guess that's why people write books, because there is so much to say.
Yes, yes.
But I think the biggest thing is the mind.
Yeah.
Your whole life is basically just in the mind.
Yeah.
So if you decide you're going to do something, no matter what happens, but you know this is what you're meant to do, you'll keep going. So the mind is very important, having a positive attitude, being around positive people, reading books of successful people, but also associating with successful entrepreneurs who might also not be very successful, but who are going through the same thing as you. So for example, someone who has been very helpful to me is called Solomon King. He's the founder of Fundi Bots. I don't know if you know him.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So because it's the same journey, nothing you're facing is unique to you. You're not the first person to hustle.
Yes, yes.
You're not the first person to struggle with a business. So go out and talk to other people who are doing what you're doing. Get encouragement, because you need that fuel to keep going.
Wow. Divine, talking about that, where do you draw your source of inspiration from while managing this change?
From quite a number of sources. I think nature itself for me is my inspiration. So even if planting trees is my work, to relax I still go to nature. So I go and visit forests, I go to see the lake. So nature is I think my biggest source of filling up my cup. Then friends and family, that's also very important. Because if you're working, in the beginning it's difficult to make the balance, but as you mature as an entrepreneur, you start to understand that you need to have the balance. You need to create time intentionally to spend with your friends and family, and also reading. I like to read a lot because you learn so much from books.
Okay, let's talk about finally Bamboo and Uganda. Uganda has a plan 2024 as our vision. I want you to share the vision of Divine Bamboo, the mission behind it, and how does that fit in the vision of Uganda 2040?
So the beauty about Bamboo and Divine Bamboo is that our company ticks about 10 of the SDGs, from good health and well-being to economic development gender equality, life on land. And so we find that we have a very good fit with the government and government programs. In fact, we were part of the key stakeholders who were able to draft a national bamboo strategy for Uganda. So the government is on board. They are interested in bamboo. They want to promote bamboo. And so we look very much forward to working with like the National Forest Authority, Ministry of Water and Energy, the Ministry for Youth and Gender, because we believe that our programs can really help with rural development. We're increasing farmers' incomes through programs like agroforestry and through programs like Mandela's Energy as well, where we work with the farmers and then the waste can be used to produce energy. So our projects and our company can really help to work alongside existing programs to increase people's incomes, to help to reduce deforestation, and to make sure that we preserve our forests.
Okay, let's talk about the Uganda Vision 2040, and I want us to go a little bit deeper into this. Uganda Vision of 2040, which you've talked about, but what drive and legacy would you want to be part of this 2040 vision of Uganda from that perspective?
So again, I'll take us back to the last week. The news has been dominated completely by COP26 in Glasgow, and especially nature solutions coming to the forefront. So prior to this, I feel like nature solutions were a bit underfunded and underrepresented, but finally nature got to be center stage, and now everybody is waking up, from government to billionaires like Bezos and the Gates. Everybody is now waking up to the importance of nature. So I feel like we are ready. We've been waiting for a long time. So we are ready to work with all partners to help achieve the targets that the world is setting. How can we reduce global warming? How can we contribute to the decarbonization? And so we are well positioned for that. We are working with farmers because we believe that it's going to take everybody. It's not just one company or one person. We're working with farmers, we are working with producers and businesses and schools. And so we are ready because we work with women, we work with youth, and hopefully we can help to influence the energy, the clean energy industry.
Wow. Divine, from the French angle, a couple of years ago you first appeared in France, the Campus France program that you went for. Let's talk about it. Was that your first time in France, and how did you get there?
Yes, that was my first time in France. So I attended a program at Alliance Française, and I was the best in, I think it was Delft d'Or, which is a level of French, of the French language. So then as a reward, I was given a trip to Paris and the south of France to go and learn more about bamboo actors in France, but also just to experience French culture.
Okay. Yeah. And while in France for that program, or on that exchange program, what did you learn from there? What were the learnings that when you came back to Uganda, you have been applying, you know, from the art and culture perspective to the environment perspective to the people perspective? What did you learn from there that you're implementing here that you can talk about now?
I think probably one of the biggest learnings was the fact that great things take time. So obviously things like the Louvre or the Eiffel Tower and all those amazing gardens that are created there, they don't happen overnight. So you need to dedicate the time and the resources to know that it's going to take a long time if you want to make something that will last forever. And also quality, like you have to really be consistent on quality.
Yeah. And on that note, as we go towards the end of our interview today, I want to take you, recently you appeared in France for the New Africa France Summit 2021. And in Montefiore, as we call it, or Montefiore, I mean, the people who came back from France were trying to pronounce this is Montfilia, Montefiore, Montpellier, Montpellier. So all of this is, but you were there. What was the learning that you picked from there? What is your understanding of the new Africa-France relationship?
Okay. So first of all, it was a great honor to be among the few Ugandans chosen to go and represent Africa in Paris and Montpellier. So for that, I'd like to thank the French Embassy and Ambassador Jules, and of course President Macron. So it was a very exciting time to be there, because I think that the world is shifting and things are changing. And so it's very progressive of President Macron to have this summit where in his speech he said all the presidents were calling him, like, why didn't he invite them? And he said he didn't want to talk to presidents this time. He wanted to listen to young people, the people of Africa. And he had some very tough conversations actually with some youth from Africa. So I feel like it was a chance to be open, a chance to have a new relationship, and to forget, can I say, old mistakes and old wounds, but move forward together. So it was really exciting to be there.
Okay. And Divine, from a Divine Bamboo perspective, what did you learn from there? What kind of collaboration did you pick from there? What sense did you pick from there that you think that you are using right now, or you will be using going forward?
So the sense I picked from there was the energy of young Africans, Africans from Kenya, from Chad, from Burundi, from really all over Africa. There's a lot of energy, a lot of good things happening in all industries, from renewable energy to beauty and mobility. There's a lot of intelligence. So Africa as a continent has a lot of potential, and so that was really invigorating. But also within the Ugandan delegation that went there, we were able to really network within the delegation and to form some very good synergies, and I'm happy that some of those are already moving forward.
Okay. And let's talk about the transformation of your business from that perspective. When we were into following what was happening in France, we would see a lot of France talking about, we need to transform Africa, we need to work with Africa, transform Africa, we want to focus on the collaboration. Collaborations means equality, it means fairness, it means forward thinking, it means many things from their perspective. And you guys were in the audience. What transformational approach or information did you pick from there that you are going to apply back home here, from your perspective as Divine Nabawesi, as the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo?
One of the biggest things that I picked was a willingness to collaborate on both sides. The French companies, the French government is ready to collaborate. The Africans are ready, they have great solutions, they're very intelligent and energetic. So I think now is the perfect time for synergies. And so you could be a local company in Uganda, but with all the technology and opportunities, there is so much potential for collaboration. So you could be a local company, but with global clientele. And so that should be our mindset, that just because you're in Kampala doesn't mean you can't have clients in Paris or London or whatever.
Okay. That said, by the way, Divine, our biggest problem has always been one language. We speak one language. And so we can't do business with people who live in Mali because they are Francophone, based countries, and we're Anglophone this side. So we've not been able to do business together because we're sort of like a language barrier in between us. Don't you think that poses a big challenge into this transformation that we're talking about? What's your thoughts?
Maybe, but with every challenge, there's always an opportunity and a solution. So, as you know, there's opportunities here in Uganda to learn French. You could go to Alliance Française, they have evening classes, so you could slowly start to teach yourself. There are apps that you can use like Duolingo, but you could also maybe have a translator or work through a website that manages the interaction between Anglophones and Francophones. I think there's always a way if where there's a will.
Okay. So would you advise now the East African nations who are mostly, you know, Anglophone countries to go and learn French in order for them to interact with some of these opportunities you're saying? Because if you're going to interact with a company that is based in France and is going to provide solutions, you want to have a global, clientele. It requires that you know how to communicate to them. Business is about relationships and communication. I communicate to you in a language manner in which we all can build a synergy, and we can collaborate our ideas and be able to move things from point A to point B. But where I find it, I can't communicate with Divine. Even though I know what to say, I might struggle to say it or struggle to express my emotions to Divine. It's different when somebody's translating it. We saw it on the stage that most Ugandans who went and most Africans that went there and couldn't speak French struggled to understand because the translator was giving the translation, but things were being lost in translation, and some people may not have gotten it very well. Luckily for us, Uganda, we had a one Peter Nyiko who was there to, in the evening, sit down with the 20 people, whoever was available, to sort of like break things down because he studied in France, he's done all these things. But the point I'm trying to make here, Divine, is very simple. 5 languages in Africa. Shouldn't you start doing this at Divine Nabawesi by sponsoring some of these children that you're doing to learn, so that the villages where you're planting the trees, you know, there's a language that can begin to come out from there? Because should your customers come from France and say, we want to buy bamboo from the northern part of Uganda in Moya, for example, where you've just planted, I'm told, 7,500 trees or thereabout, how will they communicate? Would you use a translator or you work with them? Are you having any program, in other words, in line of transformation to take the language learning and the cross-cultural learning for peace building and for agricultural, economic benefits? That I can talk to you, you can talk to me, we can transact business based on that we understand the language. Are you doing that, or you have any plan in that line of transformation?
It's interesting because the conversation today is always about young people and youth, yes, and how the future belongs to them.
Yes.
So, but therein is also an opportunity, because when you're young, you have a lot of time, you still have time, yeah, and your brain is still very fresh. Yes, yes. So then I would encourage them, the young people, to start learning different languages, and also parents, I guess. Because at that age, children can be encouraged to learn different languages, because that will open multiple opportunities for them. Unfortunately, we're not able to be sponsors right now, but they could talk to the French embassy or maybe the Ministry of Education, and I'm sure there are programs out there that can support them to become bilingual or trilingual or even more. Okay, on that note, how many languages do you speak, by the way? I speak 3 languages. 3 languages? Yes. Which one? Luganda, English, and French. Ah, okay. Yes. Well, I guess you're already in the process of making more money ahead of some of us who speak only 1 language or 2 languages and not very good. And I'm learning German. Wow. Divine, we've come to the end of the show. We want to just close up this program, the CEO Bench, today by just telling us a little bit more about how do you measure impact of the work that you've been doing. In the last 5 years you've been working. How are you able to measure the impact, and what legacy would you want to leave behind? The day you said, I'm done, what would be the legacy of Divine Nabawesi? Okay. So, I mean, you do your best. You do your best and hope that you're going to have impact in your work. So our impact is measured in avoided deforestation, meaning that for every one seedling we plant, we are saving, for example, 1 acre of bamboo could potentially save 2 acres of hardwood trees every year. then a ton of briquettes of bamboo is potentially saving X number of charcoal from being produced. So in terms of avoided deforestation, in terms of avoided emissions, but also in terms of opportunities that we give to women, we hope that our impact will be that women have more time for productive work instead of having to walk kilometers to collect firewood, for example, or the dangers they face while they're going to collect firewood. We hope that that would be the impact. Improved health, instead of cooking from the 3-stone fire that traditionally we in Africa are used to cooking on, that now they can have improved means of cooking. That would be an impact. The youth we are training, the opportunities, the income generation opportunities that we are creating, and also inspiring other young people and other women that you can come up with an idea that you believe in, and if you give it your all and give it time, eventually you will make a difference.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Divine, for coming to the program today. We want to say thank you for accepting our invitation to come and sharing with the ideas. We're definitely going to bring you back to the program, and looking forward to seeing the impact of bamboo in our society in the next couple of years to come. And what would be your one last parting shot to that one human being anywhere in the world, stuck in their job, don't know how to move from one point to the next, and want to move? And what will be that one word you want to leave them with, or 3 things that you want to leave them with, that when they do, they will begin to see different things or experience a different lifestyle going forward in their life? If you look into this camera.
Okay, I think 2 things. One is it gets better. It always gets better, so never give up. Like Winston Churchill said, never, 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 ever give up. And then the second one, which really helps a lot, which really helps me a lot, is remembering that there's enough for us all. So when other people succeed, be happy for them. And so don't fight for resources, don't be greedy, because in the end, there's enough for us all.
Wow. Thank you very much, Divine, and thank you very much, everybody, for coming to the program today. We're gonna, sort of like spread love like we always do. We're taught by Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe Watoto, says, whenever you do this, you have to spread love. No, you have to spread love. Yes, you have to spread love to everyone that is going. But thank you very much for coming, Divine. We've come to the end of the CEO Bench today. We want to say thank you very much, everybody. Divine will be coming back on the show on the Creative Industry Talk to talk about the creativity of how they're using bamboo to create more jobs, and how that is being used in creating furniture, building houses, using it. She talked about that can be used for bed sheets and beds and stuff like that. We want to know how that process works. She talks about it being used in the value chain of, you grow bamboo, you use it for cooking, you use it for building the house, you use it for putting the shades, but then also you use it for cooking. How is that bamboo being turned around to briquette and to clean fuel, to cook food? We want to understand that on the Creative Industry Talk. Until then, we say thank you very much for being part of the show. Eddie Okila, Divine Nabawesi, signing out.
Learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use the technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Yeah. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of, of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world and take them away from their small world. Yeah. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that can be done.
What you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you are for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time
I am actually a former barista. I used to work as a barista in the few restaurants and hotels. But then the dream came, way too back when, we grew up from humble settings whereby tea was the order of the day. We used to drink tea. And as you said, the myths of coffee. So our parents found it very hard, purchasing coffee, knowing the fact that it is expensive. But then later on, when we kept on evolving, we realized that there is more we need to discover in the coffee.
All right. So, Okirwan,
yes,
I would like us to have this whole conversation while we are seated around here, okay?
Yes, please.
So that we can have our viewers see whatever we are doing.
Yes, please.
So you might take your seat as we're making this coffee.
Yes, please.
So that we are able to show our viewers what we are really making here. So you're telling me about tea and how it went into your family. Like
tea, I should say 70% of the household community in Uganda drink tea. You get it? But then there's this other cash crop that is called coffee. Coffee, we all know that agriculture is the backbone of the economy. And in recent years, we prove that coffee has really improved more of our revenue in Uganda. So we need to really appreciate the coffee itself as a food and as a crop.
Yes. So how did you get yourself into coffee? Because by the fact that you're doing brand Bird's Nest, it means you're well versed with coffee, right?
Yeah.
So how did you get into yourself with coffee?
So Bird's Nest Coffee, I got introduced to coffee 3 years back ago. Had a friend who was a barista that introduced me to the profession. I think I was contributing as among the 5% of the locals that don't drink coffee in Uganda. Imagine. But then when I got the awareness that under the value chain there's what they call a barista that produces the coffee to the consumer. And so through that I developed knowledge and I realized there is more we need to explore in the coffee. So what I did is since I had an idea of starting up something related to coffee, and beautiful enough I got introduced to the industry and I got to understand the pros and the cons in the industry. So I was like, well, why don't I start up this idea of the coffee brand? So boom, here comes up Bird's Nest Coffee. I started up the brand. At first, we started by we used to preach the gospel. We used to make tours.
You guys speak about the gospel. But I don't understand this whole thing of gospel. What's it like? The real essence of gospel, coffee gospel. The word religious gospel. What's coffee gospel or what's the gospel? Like you use it a lot.
Beautiful. So the gospel, what basically we mean is we bring good news of coffee.
Good news, isn't there bad news of coffee?
No, but then the good averts the bad. So I believe there is more good than bad. However, of course, whenever you do anything in excess and in ignorance, basically, yes, it's going to be, we're going to have in that element of negativity. But then we're not supposed to look at the negative part, more. So we're supposed to appreciate the positivity in the coffee.
Well, as a consumer, I like to appreciate my coffee. And as organic, as Crow told us, his coffee is so organic. I would love to see my coffee being wasted here. So, okay, well, let's go on as you're making this coffee. And as you're telling us about how you managed to get into the coffee industry.
Yeah, so basically, when I joined the coffee industry, as I said, I contributed 5% of the people that used not to consume coffee.
You joined the 5% of people who
exactly. I was among them.
You were among them.
I was a good fan of tea.
Which tea do you like? Like this normal local tea of ours? Because there are various types of teas. We have the rooibos, Earl Grey, those London teas.
Yeah,
so
the herbal teas. Of course, it was local.
It was
local.
We
used to drink black tea, Garigenyini. So we grew up drinking that tea. But then when I got introduced to the profession, and beautiful enough, oh my God, this is gold. I should say, coffee is gold. So Bird's Nest, yes, we started that slowly. We started with the gospel, I said, which was the good news.
Gospel. So
we used to preach the gospel. But then, of course, when you're starting up something new, there are always challenges and
so
there are always challenges.
Like, why did you learn to do all this? Because the fact that you know how to use such equipment means you have a crew about coffee. Did you go to school, or you were just interested and you go to learn making all these beverages?
For the coffee industry, the first crucial thing is the passion. You need to have the passion in whatever you're doing. When you have passion, everything is easy to go. So basically, when I joined the coffee industry, I realized I needed more skill to take me on. So I went on and I uptook a course from UCD, the barista course. And it's through that I learned how to brew coffee and also how to handle coffee. But then I realized that for us to consume a cup of coffee, how are we going to increase the 5% probably to the 50% that we're looking for? We need to create awareness of coffee consumption. Yes, I do have this equipment. Looks it's a little expensive, but then no, you don't need an expensive equipment to brew your to brew your coffee. So this is basically called a Chemex. It's a manual brewer. It's a mode of brewing coffee, and with this we put coffee ground. This is coffee ground coffee. Then we brew the water. We add in our hot water. Then we brew the coffee basically. So I should say this is a privilege for me to make coffee for you, sir.
Well, it's a privilege for him to make us coffee on the coffee break. That's Augustine Kroll who's making the coffee right over there. Yes. But you can join in the conversation using our social media platforms. That's on Facebook, that's houseoftalentttv. You can also use our Twitter handle, that's at houseoftalent. Tweet us, use the hashtag #TheCoffeeBreak. Tell us, how do we manage to improve or increase coffee consumption in Uganda so that we can surpass the 5% of people who consume coffee in Uganda? Because we would like to see that we have 20% of people consuming coffee, 25, 35, less than the 5%. I mean, more than the 5% we are having in Uganda who are consuming coffee. Because me, I consume a cup of coffee every day, which means I'm out of the league of out of the league of 5%. If you're not consuming that cup of coffee a day, which means you're in this 95% of people who are not consuming coffee. And as the government of Uganda says that coffee is our backbone, like it's promoting coffee consumption and coffee growth within our farmers in the villages, so that we can increase our economic GDP. If we are talking about GDPs, that's now the whole kind of information that we shall bring you experts to elaborate more about agriculture in coffee. It's the coffee break. So Okro, yes, please. As we're having our coffee brew right here, tell me, do you have to know how to make coffee if you're supposed to be in the coffee business?
Yes, I should say for you to enjoy it better, you need to know how they brew the coffee. But then the only narrative that we're going to employ here is that you don't need something expensive to brew coffee. Because the Wananchi probably in Rwenzori, in the Elgons, will not have money to afford this. But then yes, you can enjoy your cup of coffee locally made. You can get your mug, add in your grounds, then add in water and do it.
Yeah, I mean, we've shown our viewers right here on the coffee break how locally you could make a cup of coffee at home and you could enjoy it. But I mean, like, if you want to get into the coffee business, because I believe one of the reasons why we're not having coffee consumption like at a higher rate, it's because our viewers, all the people out there, don't know how important coffee is. They don't appreciate coffee. You know, like in terms of beverage, in terms of like a sales part of it, they don't know how important it is. So would they first know like how to make a cup of coffee so that they can appreciate how coffee important, how it is important?
Thank you so much. I think before we go to the making of the cup of coffee, the locals need to understand what coffee is and the benefits from that. Because once they get to understand the benefits from the coffee, then trust me, that this is going to be easier. This will be a priority for whoever wants to consume coffee, because if you know coffee has antioxidants and it has caffeine, you know, this helps the risks of one getting cancers. And basically, if you told a local that, you know what, if you consume the cup of coffee, there are very less risks for you getting cancer, and the antioxidants you're going to receive.
But I think it's true. Like this cup of coffee, I have less risks of getting cancer.
Yes, the British Medical Association recently made a research and says, you know what, 70% of the people that take coffee are likely to have lesser chances of dying at an early age. That is the British Medical Association. Then also it says the caffeine, the organic caffeine that is coming from the coffee, acts as an antioxidant, So basically, coffee is the way to go. Very healthy. It also prevents you from getting certain diseases like diabetes, type 2 diabetes, and we also have it's called it's something like that. It's Alzheimer's, something like that. Alzheimer's, yes. So basically, coffee is something organic, and coffee is medicine. Coffee is food.
So basically, you're like telling our viewers out there to drink a cup of coffee to avoid getting such diseases or getting at a risk of having such
diseases, yes. But there are so many benefits because this also stimulates the muscles. So I should say there are very many benefits.
Yes. Well, is our cup of coffee ready to be taken?
Almost.
Oh, it's almost. Anyway, guys, we're going to go into a short commercial break, and when we get back, we shall get back as we're having this cup of coffee right here. So please don't go away. We shall be right back. Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching the coffee break with me, Amoni Mokisa. Sitting in for Eddie Okila still. You might wonder, is this guy taking over the show? No, I'm still sitting in for Eddie Okila, the host of the coffee break. We're still talking more about coffee and how best can we improve coffee consumption in Uganda. And in the show today we have Augustine Okirol, who is the CEO of Bird's Nest Coffee, a brand that he says that it's 100% organic. We're yet to test his coffee to prove that, you know, because it's not enough to just say it's organic. We need to take it to see, or to drink it to see whether it's 100% organic. And by the way, for your information, if you really want to improve on your coffee quality production, please go organic. Organic, I mean, don't use like pesticides, don't use other things that will make your coffee not taste so much organic. And also like mulching, you know, pruning in those gardens out there. If you're a farmer watching this show, This is your information. Practice all these things on the show. So, Augustine, before I went into a break, I promised our viewers that we shall come back and check this coffee right here. Is it ready to be taken?
Yes, please. This is
so let me have the honors of tasting Bird's Nest coffee.
Thank you so much.
Right now, live on the show, the coffee break.
Yeah.
I think we shall have that put over right there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, and then we can have a taste of coffee. This is the coffee break, and if you're watching us on Facebook, please share with us what you think about coffee consumption in Uganda. How best can we improve coffee consumption? If you're on Twitter, tag us at houseoftalenttv, and also you can tag me into this conversation at Amon Mokisa on Twitter, and we shall be able to have this conversation right here. Here I get my dose of Chemex coffee.
Yeah, Chemex filtered coffee.
Well, I have to be the first one to test.
Thank you so much.
It's really less acidic and nice.
Yeah.
It's smooth on the tongue.
Yeah.
Well, I can't say it's really organic. From an expert point of view, it's a nice coffee. Well, this is the coffee that we have had here today.
Yes, please.
How best could we have a person who's watching out there, who's watching the coffee break,
yes,
take
please.
this cup of coffee at a lesser amount of money?
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, so now that's what we have to look at, you know, we basically and the government and the locals. Because if we're going to improve on the local coffee consumption, then we need to lower down our rates. Because right now, a cup of coffee, when you go to bigger restaurants, a cup of coffee is going to cost quite some good amount of money. Yet a wanayinchi or muntu wansi is likely to afford the cup of coffee. So what we need to do is we need to calm down and lower the rates of coffee so that it's affordable for every local. But then still, we have locally packed coffee. You can get 100 grams, which just costs around 500 shillings.
But I mean, before we go to that whole conversation of having locally packed coffee, how do we get this coffee in there or out there before it's getting packed into these grams? Because it's not just a matter of getting this coffee and pack it, which means there are processes and procedures that we go through. And sometimes these procedures are very, very, very hard to achieve.
Yeah, to achieve.
So what are these procedures and how best can we do them?
So now, it all starts with the farmer. Because it makes little sense when you are the producer of the coffee, you're growing the coffee, but then you yourself, you don't consume the coffee. Yes. So I believe the whole gospel starts with your family. If I'm a farmer and I'm only producing coffee for export, and I'm not consuming it, then there's a big problem to the economy. How am I going to do this? Fine, do export some coffee, but then leave a percentage for yourself for consumption.
I might export some coffee, and I leave a percentage for my consumption. But even the less, or the little I leave for my consumption, people are not going to consume it. How do I get them to consume that coffee? That's the real thing that we want to talk about here.
So why we have a lesser consumption rate of coffee? It's because there is more we need to do. We need to instill knowledge about coffee preparations and the coffee itself. Fine, yes. How are we going to instill this knowledge? We're going to go back to the farmer and tell them, you know what? For you to prepare this coffee, you're going to need a fire and probably a saucepan whereby we're going to roast our coffee locally. You don't need to go to a factory to roast coffee that you're going to consume at home. Those are some of the things we've done during our awarenesses when we go to Rwenzori and Elgon regions, basically specifically to the farmers. So we show them, you know what? You don't need a machine to roast your coffee. Get your sigiri or charcoal stove, get your saucepan, add in your green beans and roast. After you roasting, the next step is going to be grinding. Grinding, you don't need a coffee grinder to grind your coffee. We're going to do it locally. You're going to get your stone, then you do what? You grind locally, and you consume. Trust me, if we start with that culture, we are going to evolve day by day, and the consumption is going to be easy. Why? People are finding it hard to consume coffee because they believe I will need machinery to do what? To prepare my coffee. No, which is not it.
Well, let's take this whole conversation away from having brewed coffee for consumption. I'm talking about like using coffee for different other things. For example, if you're watching this show, my producer will have him like show us the pictures of different brands who have managed to include coffee into their beverages. For example, they're not known to make coffee beverages. But since coffee is becoming a bigger thing, we've had different brands, very, very, very big brands, include coffee into their beverages, and then they're calling them coffee beverages. This is a good thing, by the way, because it increases. For example, this person who used to take that beverage will be able to take coffee into this beverage, which means we've increased a number of people who are taking this, who are taking coffee through this beverage. So it's one way that we are tapping into the community or the society to take coffee. So let's have this conversation of having coffee taken, but not as a beverage. I mean, coffee can be done through, can be used to do many other things, you know. So how do we get these people know that coffee can do more other things besides being drunk right here?
Yeah, first, I think that is a very great innovation in the coffee industry, because yes, we need to maximize our revenue and income. And how best are we going to do that is by innovating. How best can we consume coffee, not directly in the cup, but in different aspects. We've seen different companies that are making a beverage. They're making soda, they infuse soda with coffee, which is beautiful. When you go to beauty parlors nowadays, they're used as masks. So it is
masks.
Yeah, face masks for beauty,
like scrubbing.
Exactly. Okay. Yes, they use them as scrubs. You get. So I think that is beautiful. It is another way of maximizing our profits and our revenue as a country. Yeah.
Okay, and then let's talk about the issue of farmers. For example, I kind of think that for us to maximize or to improve coffee consumption, we need to include farmers in our chain. For example, if there is a farmer in a certain village and is growing coffee, but for the risk, he's growing coffee to pay his school fees for the child who's in a certain school down there. I mean, he doesn't know that he could add a value to this coffee so that it could be of higher value. For example, if I harvest my coffee, I pulp it. Okay, like I process it and remove that whole skin, then I remain with the coffee cherry or the coffee bean. I've added value to my coffee, and if I'm selling it, it's going to be of a much more, it's going to be much more expensive compared to when I sell it when there is a cherry or a skin on that coffee. So the buyer who's buying this coffee will give me less money.
Yeah, true.
So how do we help these farmers to add value on their coffees? Because it all starts with farmers.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, as you've said, when you look at the value chain, you're going to realize the farmer that is doing more of the donkey work and whatsoever, the hard work, is gaining pennies. Yet you're going to find the middleman, and yet the consumers are earning, way too much profits from the coffee. First, how are you going to do? Yes, the government under UCDA, they're trying so much to labor, and they're telling the locals, you know what, for you to earn more on your coffee, you're supposed to add value in it. If the green beans are being sold at 5,000, but then if you take an extra mile and you remove the pulp from the green beans, you're going to add value to your coffee, and you're going to receive more money from that. So basically, it is all about preaching the knowledge. The farmer needs to know what to do and how to maximize their profits. Because at the end of the day, you are doing a lot of the work, but then it's someone else from a different chain that is earning more than you, the farmer. Yet we cannot live this world. We all know that for the economy, you need a farmer. Because if it wasn't for a farmer, then coffee would not have any sense.
Do you think farmers are really valued? Like they're not given what they're worth to be given?
Yeah, that is also another issue. But then, like so many companies, for instance, Bird's Nest Coffee, what we do is we pay a premium to farmers. With that, when I go to your farm and probably I buy your coffee at some good price, and I realize it's very good coffee, the next time when I'm coming to buy your coffee, I'll add in a certain amount of money. This amount of money is a sign of appreciation that, you know what, thank you for the work well done. And this motivates the farmer as well to keep quality and maintain quality in their coffee. So I believe that is the way forward. And the farmers have to fight hard to eliminate certain actors in the chain, because now if you're a farmer and you're dealing directly to let me say the consumer, there you're likely to get more money. But then when there's so many actors in the chain, you're likely to lose out on the money.
Okay. So just briefly, how do you get your coffee? Like through this process right here.
Yeah.
How briefly?
Yeah.
How?
So to this process, I first commend my farmers in the Kapchora, Elgon region for the work well done. They're very dedicated for this. They make sure they maintain the good farming practices so that you get the quality of the coffee beans. Quality starts with the farmer. Quality starts with the farmer. So with my farmers, we get this coffee, I buy it at a premium, very good coffee, I take it to the lab, we sample it. So what I basically try to do is I'm trying to eliminate the money I would have given to a middleman. I'm then doing what? I'm re-emitting it to the what? To the farmer. I think that is the way forward. So when I get this coffee, we do roast it, which is adding value. I'm adding value to it, meaning I want to get more profits from the coffee. So when I add value, I again repackage it, which is also another format of value addition. Then when it's done to that, we do what they call capping. Capping, we are basically analyzing the coffee if it's beautiful, it is ready for consumption. Then basically it goes out to the market, to the consumers.
Okay, let me take a break and consume my cup of coffee, and we shall be right back. It's a short commercial break. We shall be right back. Welcome back from that short commercial break. This is Amon Mukisa still on the coffee break. I would like to thank those who are watching us live on Facebook. Alfred Locke, thank you for watching the show. Cody C. Lawrence, the CEO and ED and Real Coffee, thank you for watching the show. And then Edward Ochong, you're watching the show, and Okui Bedford Bunyungo Mai. And also Amos Wekesa, the tourism guru, is also watching the show, and Julius Rotlonio is also watching the show. Thank you guys for watching the show, still the coffee break. And if you're on Twitter, we shall be getting right over there and see if there is some conversation that's happening. But still on the coffee break, I still have Augustine still telling us more about how best can we increase the coffee consumption in Uganda. Augustine, before we went into the break, you're telling me about how you get your coffee to this stage. What's the meaning of the word organic? You told me your coffee is organic.
Yeah. So basically what we mean by organic, we're not saying that, you should not use fertilizers and you should not use pesticides, because that is another way of, it is a good farming practice and how you're going to maximize yields. However, when you're going to apply all these, the fertilizers and whatsoever, you are given ratios of application. thank you so much to ECDA and the extension officers in different regions that have labored so much to train the farmers, because we know when you apply anything in excess, it becomes harmful.
Okay.
So basically, organic means from the farm to the cup, nothing has been added unto that is foreign. Basically, so what I mean is, when it reaches to the point for a consumer, nothing has been infused with the coffee. It retains its organic element. Nothing has been added onto it. So that's what we mean by organic.
Okay, speaking about UCDA, UCDA is Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and it's an arm under the government. Do you really think the government has done enough to ensure that coffee has been consumed a lot?
Yeah, a lot. I need to first commend UCDA, because we're seeing currently there's a gradual increase in the coffee production. Despite the fact that we've been affected by the COVID, the economy has been shrinking, but then we see now the bags of export are increasing from 5 to 7 million. So thank you so much. That means we are increasing in our GDP, and also revenue is coming in the country. So basically, yes, UCDA has done a lot. As we said, quality starts from the farm. So UCDA, which is mandated to oversee the developments in the coffee industry, has labored so much. Creating awareness for the good farming practices in the garden. You know what? Actually, even the laws that are implementing right now, we're seeing the coffee bill that has come in right now to regulate, coffee farmers and the rest, relating to coffee. So I think it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing UCDA is doing, and it is also certifying. For you to get a seedling, you need to get a seedling from a certified farmer, which is good. So we are maintaining quality and so on.
Well, guys, time is not our best ally. So far, our time is fast spent. As much as we would love to continue with the show, because the conversation can never stop. Let's take this conversation on our Twitter handle, that's at houseoftalenttv. And also, tag me, that's at Amon Mukisa. Use the hashtag #TheCoffeeBreak, and also continue the conversation on our Facebook page, that's at houseoftalenttv Uganda, and we shall be able to have this conversation about coffee consumption in Uganda. I mean, people like Amos Wekesa, people like Kabushenga, coffee enthusiasts, they must be in this conversation to at least say that we have our coffee up there shooting in numbers with a high percentage. Well, Okrol, since our time is fast spent, what's your last word to the viewer watching out there, and what's your last word to the coffee consumer out there?
Yeah, basically, so what I'm saying is thank you so much for the opportunity. So this goes out to all the locals, the nationals, the Ugandans. So the best way we are going to maximize our profits and revenue is by promoting local coffee consumption, because we are seeing we are producing more but then receiving less revenue coming in from our coffee export, because we say 90% of our coffee is exported. So I believe the best way we're going to maximize our profits is by local consumption of coffee. We need to advocate for local consumption of coffee. So I'm telling you that is watching us right now, go to a supermarket or anywhere and get yourself a pack of coffee. When you get a pack of locally made Ugandan coffee, you are supporting the local farmer back there in the village and whatsoever. So that is the way to go. Thank you so much.
Well, that's Okiro Augustine, the CEO of Bird's Nest Coffee, and he's been here having a conversation about improving or diversifying coffee production and consumption in Uganda. On Twitter, before I go, I have here Gad Rogers saying that recently I had my cup of coffee and I had to join the 5% of Uganda. Perhaps, Gad, you're making it 6% of people who are consuming coffee in Uganda. Let's have this conversation on Twitter and see how best can we improve coffee consumption in Uganda. Otherwise, my name is Amon Mukisa, and coming up right up is the basketball show on House of Talent TV. Let me see you next weekend.
If you look at City Oilers, I mean, we've been, champions for the last, 7 years, and I can tell you that it's because of the players that we have. on the team, and I would say that we have some of the best players in the Ugandan league, on the City Oil. So as a coach, you want to pick your best players in the country to play, and I will not say it is unfortunate that they all come from City Oil, but a lot of those players are City Oilers, and I really don't want to see it that because I'm a City Oilers coach and management is City Oilers, it's just purely on statistics.
In summary, you're saying it's purely based on merit.
It's definitely based on merit.
What does it mean to be a community artist? What does it mean to to work within a community whereby you are all in the same boat, and maybe what did they say? You are in the same storm but in different boats. Yeah. So I think here for me, if you are working for a community, there are certain things that you have to do for the sake of the community, and where you're not expecting to earn from. And if you're working for yourself, it doesn't mean that if you're working for yourself, you don't work for the community, or when you're working for the community, you don't work for yourself. So I think there is a need for a differentiation here in terms of like, what do I do for my community and what do I do for myself? Because at the end of the day, you need to survive. You need revenue. You need to pay your bills or support your mom as well with your siblings. So I think
you are doing that because you want to earn.
Exactly.
So that you can improve onto your life, so that you can, like you said.
So for me, I think the advice would be like, what is the relationship between your community work and the work and your business? If you think your community work is your business, then you have to have a model that is going to work to help you to earn from that community work. But then it ceases to be community and it becomes your business. You get what I mean? So when we work for our communities in the arts community, we work for them. We actually invest in them, and then for us to survive as individuals, we have to find other alternative sources of revenue. And that's where I think Abdul has to think around and say, okay, my graffiti, my community education, my art, my area is where I feed my community with my skill and time and investment. But for me as a person, I need to find my own business revenue.
So in other words, Faisal, what you're saying is that what we're seeing up being put on the screen, the art public art. So for example, Abdul, what Faisal is saying, that you can sell that art piece. So that should be in somebody's office, that should be in my office, that should be in Faisal's office, that should be in my sitting room. It reminds me that this work is painted by a community, by Abdul in this community, and I have it in my home. Can we hear some more from Jaja? Of course, Jaja is going to play for us that song, Kitenge. You've heard it, the sound, beautiful, and we're going to dive into how Kitenge is going to make it to the world stage as planned by Latif Shah.
Abamina bachala mwena naddala bali erudde eri muno London yemba kudira kiri kimu kutekuwagiza wadde embeera za corona bangi zatutagula kakati tuve mu mayumba kitengi pate yine sonze mumale ate nga tetusaanidde ddala kugisuwa mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitengi byokka Designer Latif Uganda, Omurasita Wakabye Yatunga Munyonyi, Maliki Jeni ne Hawa, abo basibi banviri alotujja kuba nabo. Anifa wa makeup, Mariamu ye decorator konne popini, ebyokulya bingi nnyo ebyekifirika Madamu Sara Shoshi ebitaddemu mukono. Olivia Katarini Nalima, Maka Manyinga Ulira, Kurono Twambala ebitengi byokka, Kurono Twambala ebitengi byokka.
When you're alive, it's easy to forget that you'll die, or even that death actually exists. Beyond wreaths, caskets and cemeteries encountered seasonally. You cannot feel the sting of death anymore. You believe such things are reserved for others, the unwanted stepchildren of gods who did not exist anyway. When you're young, it's easy to forget that you'll grow old, that you'll lose the smooth texture of skin or the milky white of eye. That you're beautiful. Black flocks of hair shall grow one day, and your heart will grow weary with lack of ambition. You forget that one day you'll lose the spring of step and the innocence of youth. You'll lose the liberty to dream dreams and the lifetime to chase them. You forget that you'll grow bold, bent and bitter. When you're healthy, well sane and strong, it's easy to forget the pain of illness, the physical pain and the mental pain, the anguish of immobility, the dread of impending death, and the insane lasting after life itself. When you're born in Kampala, it's easy to forget the deprivation of rural childhood. When you're bread and buttered bread and frozen milk, it's easy to forget the hard-torn cobwebs welcoming the toddler in Morocco to yet another day every day. When you're perpetually conflicted between beef and mutton for dinner, it's easy to forget the thousands of fellow citizens out there who've been constantly unsure of their next meal from the day they left the womb. If the toughest read in your life has been choosing between Buddha and Namagunga for your high school education, it's easy to forget that 70% of the nation's children do not have the chance of knowing the meaning of the boring word blackboard. When you're alive, it's easy to forget that you'll die. When you're safe, sound, fat and pampered in your gated and manicured suburban homes, it's easy to forget that the masses of Ugandans out there can only manage half the night's sleep, wooing to incessant battles with mosquitoes, bedbugs, and stomach grumbling from emptiness. When you've gained admission to Makerere, it's easy to forget that you were once mortal, that the blood in your veins isn't of blue hue, and that your arteries are not pipes of gold-plated steel. When you're young, it's easy to forget that you grow old, and surely you'll die. When you're young, when all you think of is girls and boys and toys, a good job, money to spend and life to live, it's easy to forget that your country needs you. That by sitting there and wishing for good times, by refusing to involve yourself in efforts to right the wrongs of society, you're effectively betraying your country. When you're young, it's easy to forget that by not speaking for justice and writing for justice and walking and marching for justice, you're effectively as guilty as the corrupt robbing public funds, as guilty as those parasitic politicians for killing pregnant mothers due to lack of medicines in hospitals, as guilty as those reactionaries for selling the soul of Uganda to force yonder. It's easy to forget.
Welcome back from that break. That is what we call poetry right there. That is Kagai Peter Ngobi's work at Nabisunsa Girls, one of the traditional schools in Kampala in Uganda, one of the strongest schools, girls schools in the eastern part of Africa, right here in Kampala, right here in Uganda. And you can see what this gentleman is doing with the poetry clubs in Nabisonsa Secondary School, and we're going to see a little bit more about that. Peter, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I want to encourage everyone, first of all, to send in their kisses and disses to you. Those who have to send kiss.
Bring.
Yes, but I want to take you straight, Peter. Welcome back to the program. Peter, our topic today is, I'm going to ask the team to put it up there for everyone out there, is looking at defining and distinguishing poetry, prose, and drama in Uganda and beyond borders. I will repeat this. Defining and distinguishing poetry, prose being style, and drama in Uganda and beyond borders. Now, always when we talk about this, you of course have a very elaborate, write-up there. If you look at your, the first work which you brought out was Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. We want to know what inspired that. Was that your first work? And while you throw in a little bit about those three things that we've talked about, defining, of course, and distinguishing the difference between the prose, the drama, and of course
the poetry
in behind it. So many times we don't know which one is which, and we want people to understand from the Creative Industry Talk what this really is about. We're talking about defining that moment, given the COVID-19 situation, given the education system that have been completely, down for the last 2 years, and we're being told that suddenly there's a possibility that we're not going to open, come 2022 or thereabout. And COVID is throwing a lot of things there, but dive into it.
Well, so distinguishing prose poetry and drama.
Yes.
This is an academic question.
Yes.
So let me just be frank with it. So we have literature. Literature can easily simply be defined as the creative expressions of a given culture, of a given people. And it is normally done through writing, through singing, through speaking. Now, literature is that creative expression that focuses on the written word. As you hear the word itself, literature, literate, meaning to write. Now, we are going to restrict ourselves to three things. So we talked about prose, we talked about poetry, we talked about drama. Now, prose is that kind of creative expression that is more elaborate. It is more elaborate. So if you're reading a novel, if you're reading a short story, if you're reading a biography, that falls within if you're an essay, that is in a form of prose. Now poetry is more rhythmic. It is briefer, and in most cases we use a lot of descriptive and colorful language. So if you look at a novel and a poem, what a novel can say in 200 words, a poem can say in 1 page. Now, those are the differences between the poetry.
That's the difference between these.
Yes. Now, when it comes to drama, the way you hear the word, drama is language in action. Language in action. So drama is that kind of written literature where you capture characters talking. But from what they talk, for you the reader or the listener, you can infer what is taking place. So drama is always takes place when characters are either talking to themselves or they're talking to others. Now as Kagai, I have had the chance of practicing all the three. I have written some prose, I've written some poetry, and I've written some drama. Now, it is the drama that you wanted me to comment about, Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. So my friends and I wrote a play. We're a team of 6. Now we're a team of. We started out at 6, but now we are 5. There is a poet who is myself. There is a percussionist, a drummer. Now he's in Brazil, but he's Ugandan. There is a break dancer, Abraham Stecher. There is a big girl, and there is an actor called Biamukama. And we came together, people from different, even when we were doing art, people from different walks of life. Yes, that's the guy. Now imagine Abraham being Romeo, being part of the play. And this time, we've asked him, rather than fight, but to break dance. Yes. So we came together and we wrote a play called Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. We imagined Romeo and Juliet were living in Kampala, and the story was a Kampala story. So what happens? So we wrote it in 2019. We staged it here in Kampala, and then also staged it in Germany and we did it again this year at the Afri-Cologne Festival. Yeah. We basically Ugandanized Shakespeare. We Ugandanized the story. Yeah. Then I've also worked on other plays like Arrest the Poem, which we featured at the Baimba International Festival in 2018. We wrote another play called Tokubatota. Tokubatota was also featured at the Baimba International Festival in 2017. And then I wrote a one-man play called The Audience Must Say Amen. Yeah. That one was adapted from my poetry book, the first one that I published called The Headline That Morning. Yes. And it also featured at the Kampala International Festival. Yeah. And also the Afri-Cologne. Somehow the Afri-Cologne Festival loves my works. Yes. To the writers out there, for me, what I would want to advise you is that when you are a writer, in as much as it is important to know your voice and to know your niche, it's also more important to also be flexible. Now, for me as Kagai, my poems have been adapted into drama. You know, where even when you are writing a poem, you don't remain rigid and say, for me, I only wrote my poems. They are supposed to be published. They cannot be performed. I think as an artist, you must allow your works to grow beyond you. Team up with visual artists and see what pictures they can draw out of your poems. Team up with fashionistas, see what kind of costumes they can develop. With songwriters, see what kind of songs they can develop. Because if you don't allow your literature to grow, then it cannot feed you. Yeah. And for the times that we are living in like this, for these COVID times we are living in, it's very important that as artists we allow our works to grow into all the genres that they can grow into. Yeah. So if you're a poet out there and you write your poems and you keep them in your books and then, put the book under the pillow, let me tell you, that is not a place where your poems should be. Yeah. Your poems should be outside there with musicians. They should be with the graphic artists, They should be with fashion designers. They should be with theater directors, so that you can allow them to become products that are beyond just, poems on a page. Yes. Yeah.
Wow. On that note, Peter Kagai, we want you to just give us an understanding of the three things that you have talked about in a poem.
In a poem.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes. On the spontaneous, if you're looking at, if I want to see the good example of prose, of a definition defining and distinguishing between the poem, the prose, and the drama.
Yes.
Yes. I know you match three of them in one go.
Yeah.
We're going to put you in the spotlight just so that somebody out there can actually understand exactly, practically what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Here is Peter, and we want to hear from you. If you're a poet, if you're a drummer, if you're a writer, please. I think that Peter is giving you something very interesting. Let's dive into it right now.
Someone ran very fast and tell someone is in trouble. Someone ran very fast and tell someone is in trouble. Someone ran very fast and tell someone is in trouble. But before you go, turn your ear towards the night sky and hear the sound of the raging storm. Hear the vociferous fury. The Sandra Brigade is seething as it comes together to march in a single force. Someone run very fast and announce the trouble. Someone run very fast and tell someone is in trouble. ensanafu ziridde kalala nkoma omusana gwakira ku bikukujju enkoko za KFC twazirisiza nkuku nyina makovu. The rumor is ripe for harvest and the village has gathered to know. Someone ran very fast and announced the trouble.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Peter. Peter, I mean, we're learning quite a bit from you on the Creative Industry Talk. I want to take you straight to my next question. What is your work schedule like when you are actually writing these plays? Because there's another thing, what frame of mind must you be in, or must I be in when I'm writing? You've been writing for some time. You've been across the borders, across Europe, across Americas. What has been the experiences you picked from there? And what is your schedule like when you're writing? What kind of frame of mind should one be in, or are you always in when you're writing to put this beautiful work out there?
I think now I can recognize it. I can say there are two frames of mind that I'm always in. One, there is when I am writing work to be performed. And I am deliberate about, I envision the audience that I'm going to be with. Perhaps I even already have the contract and I'm told, you write this play or write this poem, it's supposed to be for this purpose. And I put myself to that target. And so that influences the decisions you make. For example, the books I'm going to buy to read, because that is where, for me, the resources go in research. Who should I consult about this particular topic that I'm supposed to be writing about or performing about? So there is that frame of mind. But then there's also the frame of mind of the leisure writer who is with friends and then someone makes a joke and then it tickles your mind. And so where you are writing for yourself, you're not really writing to deliver. You're just writing a beautiful kind of work. So for me, there are two types of frames of mind. So for the very first one, I have a process. And for me, the process is, I take it like an assignment. So I'm going to write about a topic, I write the topic down. I ask myself about in what languages do I want it to be, I take note of that. What other ideas do I want to explore? What are the themes I want to explore in this particular topic? I write them down. Who has written about them? I go and buy those books. It could be an academic book, it could be a drama book, it could be a novel, it could be a poetry book. So then I start reading about that topic. Then in the process of reading about it, I am listening to what people are saying. I'm listening to the radio, I'm watching TV, I'm on social media. Try to tap into the vibe of what are the people saying or thinking about this. Then, and that could sometimes take a period of 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Then after 2 weeks of reading and researching and listening to people, then I start writing the poem. There is that deliberate process. Yeah. Then for the second stage where I'm writing for myself and I'm really writing about what inspires me, that I can do anytime, any day. In fact, sometimes I task myself to say, you know what, yes, I want to write 100 poems this month. And it doesn't matter whether they're going to be the best poems or not. For me, what I want is my deliverables at the end of the month. Yeah. At the end of 30 days, I must have written 3 poems every day. So you write a poem and I say, I'm going to write a poem when I wake up. I'm going to write a poem after I've had my lunch. I'm going to write a poem before I sleep. And I'm going to just be writing about the things that are happening in my day. So you sort of document your life, or you make a diary of your life through poems. Yeah. And these are things you're not going to share with anyone, things that you may not even like. So, but what I recognize most importantly is that the moment I decided to become a writer, I said this is my 9 to 5. The same way a lawyer wakes up, an engineer wakes up, they leave work, they go to an office, they have a boss they account to, they have deliverables at the end of the month. I, as a writer, even when I'm my own boss, I have to give myself deliverables.
Which is disciplined.
That discipline is key. I know so many people who decided to become writers because they are lazy. They didn't want to go and do other things and they thought they could just get away with it. So they come into this world, yes, of creative writing and they slack. Yes. You know, guys who write 1 book in 6 years. You know, they write 3 poems and they recite 3 poems for 5 years. And you're wondering, where is your effort going? And you're still wondering why creatives are broke. You know, we need to put ourselves to that question and ask ourselves, what are we doing to make sure that we produce more and more and more and more and more and more and more? Because it is in producing this lot, this a lot, that we can get the best out of our generation. Wow. If you know, even when we say these are, you see, even when we say these are our talents, yeah, it should not be an excuse for us to avoid the hard work. Yeah. You know, we keep saying that, you know, writing is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. You see, in fact, we write more. We find ourselves writing more when we are less inspired than when we are inspired. Right. If you're going to wait for inspiration to hit you to write, you're not a writer. You are a waiter. Writers write. Like lawyers, and engineers, engine things, doctors. We writers write. Whether you like it or not, whether you're unwell or not, whether you're broke or not, it's what you do. So the most important thing is to come up with a routine that's going to make sure that you keep producing. You keep, the Irish people say, here in Uganda we say you are as broke as a poet. Yes. The Irish say you are, in Uganda we say you're broke you're as poor as a church mouse. As church mouse, yes. The Irish say you're as poor as a poet. So, unless we want to keep in that vicious cycle of poverty, of writers or artists always complaining to some government here to Yambe, if we want to break that cycle, we have to also break our cycle of indolence. Yes. We have to be prolific. We have to come up with routines that push us to keep producing more and more and more and more, because that's what our economy needs.
Wow. Peter, hold it right there. We're going to go for a break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Edio Kela, talking to Peter Kagai, who is a poet, and he is a writer, a lawyer. I think I love what he's saying, that if you're a writer, if you continue to sit and don't write and wait for inspirations to write, you are a waiter. That's the line for the day today. Stay right there. I'll be right back after this break.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away, and yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion, they are heavier than the lion, they are more intelligent than the lion, they are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, It's his lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tony Trapp, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address now as you look into the camera and close the show?
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
I want to know from you, you know, and of course somebody who's watching this show either from here or a child watching in Myanmar or wherever they're watching, or in Congo where we're watched very much, would want to know, if I don't have the money and I have the passion and I have the zeal and I have the drive, but money is also needed to start it, how do I start? Where do I go? At least for you, your father gave you 300,000 to go and do a course. We don't know whether you spent the whole school fees or you only spent 1 month, took part of the school fees. What happened? How did you start, you know, your fashion? Did you get money from somewhere? How should one start if I want to start? And I was like, Kasozi.
I think we should try to be close to people who love what we do, basically. Yeah. Because even me, I managed to skip from that low level to another level because I had networks. Yes. Just me and Mia meeting Gloria Wavamuno changed my mind. Because I used to be Muyayona Street. So someone introduced me to Gloria Wavamuno, that I'm good, me I didn't know. Then, yeah, I lost my phone like over 2 months. Yes. So surprisingly, I got a text from Gloria. Customers have been looking for you over the last 3 months. Then my mind was like, the daughter of a tycoon is looking for me. I was even moving on Loom Street. Yes. So that changed my mind and started respecting myself a bit. Like, somehow I'm important. If someone important
is looking for me,
that's opened my mind and started to know that I need to be serious, have a skill, have a business, and also work more with my fashion, because by then I was still an amateur. Yeah. So I never had money to go to buy books, and no designer could invite me, So I got to know basically all the knowledge through Alistock, but I couldn't afford any book. I could go open and feed the mind. I move out, I make notes before I forget. Yes. Yeah.
We sit in the darkest corner of my vast mind. Rhymes, metaphors, and I. A friendship for 15 years and a million demons we share. Our feet shackled together. Today is just another day in prison. Another failed attempt to escape this compulsion. Compelling my resistance to this attraction of paper and pen. The urge to pick up this ink and stain this white is overwhelming. An agonizing ecstasy. My mind brimming and bursting at the seams with words and sentences. Drowning me, choking me with desire to write. So dark, so painful, so sweet, allowing me no peace until these words are allowed to flow from the gooey matter of my brain. Through my veins, out of my fingers, into this pen, through the ink with which I jot this down. In this moment, I realize I've become a prisoner of my talent. Yes, I say talent not with vanity, I say talent because in days such as this, it ceases to be a privilege. It turns into a jail cell I've tried to break from, but each time I attempt an escape, I fall right back harder. Now I realize this was never my decision to make or to change. I am part of a separate entity of spirits who live by the pen. We teach, we correct, we rearrange, we give thoughts, opinions, and ideas wings with which to fly. And so, at a time like this, when these emotions are running high and screaming for release, and my entire being feels like was created for this, I know that this is not a gift. This is an obligation.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, talking to Mr. Peter Kagai, who is a poet, a writer, a theater writer, and a drama writer. That's the man in the studio today on Creative Industry Talk. Peter, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I want to just remind everyone out there that we are live on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. Go there, share it far and wide. And I want to take a moment, Peter, to just read a couple of questions coming in from people in the diaspora here. I'll start with one person in Germany. Eddie Okela, thank you very much for bringing my OB to the show. That guy, I was with him in school, and the story he's talked about is true. He's always been a bookwormer. Not little wonder he's ended up as a writer.
OB, yes, what's up? Good to hear from you.
Yes, and another one here says, I got another lady here called Susan, all the way in the US. I stayed up the moment I watched, and I read that Peter was coming into the program. Thank you very much. Busoga, oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
And of course, I want to read a 2 or 3 more questions. There's somebody in London says, Eddie Okela, thank you very much for bringing Mr. Peter Kagai on the show. I'm a writer, and I wish we could amplify what Peter just said before we went for a break. We writers are always lazy. Those who say they are writers and cannot write constantly or cannot even write 3 or 4 pages daily are not writers. A writer worth their salt must always write at least 3 poems a day, and if you are writing a book, you must not go more than 2 years without writing a book. In a year, you should have written at least 2 books, even if you have not published. Wow.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
We got some writers out there who are coming. This one is coming from the British Council in Kampala. My name is Susan. I work with British Council in Kampala. Thank you very much. I know that guy. He's a great, talented guy. We've worked with him before. Shout out to Peter Ngobi. The words, man, if you're not a writer, if you're waiting for inspiration, you're a waiter. I don't want to be a waiter anymore. Well, Peter, I guess we got some love coming out from people there. Share your kisses and disses coming to us. We want to hear it. I've got a very strange Ugandan sending a message from Denmark, one of the universities there. I live and work in Denmark, and of course, I'm a Ugandan, but thank you very much, Peter, for coming to the show today. I love what you're saying. I think if we continue to amplify our voice to say, instead of waiting for government to yambe, creatives should always hold their power back. That's what Peter is saying. A creative mind is a mind that is bigger than a politician. Politicians are not creative. They use the creatives to move forward. What Peter is saying is true. So why then are we waiting for these guys to tell us what to do? Yet we should be telling them what to do. In our writing, you can write a poem, you can write a story to address your member of parliament or your LC or whoever you want, or the leader in your society, and they will listen to you because people will always relate to what you are saying, which they usually don't pay attention to. Thank you very much, Creative Industry Talk, for bringing such great, interesting minds to the show. Peter, over to you. I think you can see that a lot of people were reaching out, are talking about the same thing, making this possible and allowing this opportunity to come to people. I want to take you to your next question as we hasten to the close of the show. Peter, what would you say is your interesting writing quirk?
What Quack.
Yes.
Oh, what do you mean quack, if you don't mind me asking?
The word quack is Q-U-I-R-K.
Ah.
Yes, the one that you poets likes to use the most.
Quack.
Yes. What is your most interesting, you know, what I would say, the most interesting writing time of the day?
I'll break
it down that way, yes.
Okay, I write anytime.
Okay.
The point is, when do I edit?
That's where you've got the quack, yes.
My quack is at 3 a.m.
Okay.
I believe in the night. I believe in the quietness. When it all feels like the world is fast asleep, and you know, you attend. I mean, when silence speaks to you. Yeah. But for me, the effort in writing, actually, the great work in writing is not in the writing itself.
Yeah.
It is in the polishing of the writing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can even write a poem right now, off air. I can think of lines, but now the whole idea of now, you know, interrogating the thoughts, you know, developing the patterns you want it to have.
Yes.
You know, thinking of, you know, the listening audience, all those. 3 a.m.
Wow. And my next question is, how do books get published? This is a question that came in from somebody. A viewer wrote and say, can you ask him, how do books of poets get published?
Let me just break down. Okay, two ways. There is self-publishing, and then there is traditional publishing. Self-publishing is where the writer wants to do it themselves. You want to be in control of the production process, from the word get-go up to the end point. So from the word get-go, I mean from preparing the manuscript to printing the book at the end of it all. So, but the processes are simple. So you develop a manuscript. Now, according to Makerere University, and I'm giving a standard that at least is that can be publicly interrogated.
Yes.
According to Makerere University, your manuscript should have about 30 poems. At least,
yes.
At least 30 poems. Then after that, you take the work to an editor. And then that editor is the person who helps you to polish it up to make sure that it is legible and it is worthy being consumed by readers.
Yes.
Then after that, the manuscript is forwarded to the designers, the layout designers and cover and designers and illustrators if you wanted to have some pictures. Then you have to go to the Uganda Society Library to get the international standard book number. It is only 30,000 shillings. It is that barcode that each book should have, so that it can be internationally sold in all public places and be catalogued in all libraries. Then after that, the book goes to printing. You have to find the appropriate printers for you. And of course, there are the proofreaders that you also have to hire. Then after the book has been printed, now the book has to be sold to the market. So now thinking about distributing the book and making and giving it visibility. And that's it. Now that is a process that you can do as an individual. You can hire people to give you those services. You can even have your own logo that you'd want to attach to your books. There is that. The second process is where you find a publisher who does this work on a daily, and what you do is you sell them your manuscript, or you come up with a legal arrangement where you become co-owners of the copyright in that work.
Wow. Peter, there's a book up there called The God Prayers.
Yes.
Can you take us through The God Prayers and actually give us one of the poem in that book?
So The God Prayers is a poetry collection written by Ita Patience Mbeki. Mbeki she's now a PhD student at Makerere Institute of Social Research. But by the time we published it, she was a teacher at King's College, Bududu. So what we were doing then was promoting literature among young people by encouraging their teachers to also write.
Wow.
Because the idea was, if the students see their teachers publishing, then they would also want to they'll be more confident to also think of taking on publishing. Unfortunately, I don't have all the poems in that book offhand, but I can tell you about a poem there that I like. There is a poem in there that I like that is called absentee wives and mothering housemaids, where she is an author. She is a woman who is talking about why I like this book. She's talking about how the modern day woman today has abandoned her domestic responsibilities to the house help.
Yes.
You know? Yes. And so and you see how house helps become wives and mothers in their homes, where they're replacing the role of actually the wife, because the wife has also become a man.
Yeah.
So I really liked that poem in that book.
And in the next book, which you have out there, I mean, if you just put that book up quickly, Ungodly Hour. What do you mean by Ungodly Hour? And what is this? This is a Kitara Nation Poetry Series 4.
Yes, now, Ungodly Hour, this is a collection of poems by students from Mount St. Mary's College, Namagunga. Yeah. Like I said, this project that we're running of publishing these books was about promoting the culture of publishing. Yeah. There is literature taught in schools, but the culture of publishing is not there. Yes. So for us, we wanted to make books cool. We wanted to make publishing cool. So this is a book that we published from Mount St. Mary's College, Namagunga, and Ungodly Hour is one of the poems in there. Okay. And the poem itself, as you can see the cover, it is an hourglass, and there seems to be a lost soul that is drowning. Yes. And in that poem, these teenagers are talking about the things that they do at home at night when their parents are asleep. You know, so the book talks about the drugs that they take, you know, the nightlife that they have that their parents do not know, and
because they are soul searching.
Yes, because they are soul searching. It's talking about this darkness that they grow up with, that their parents don't ever get to see, because when their parents see them, they are seeing them going to church and they think these are holy people. Yet ultimately they have these demons that they are fighting, and they come out at night. They come out at that ungodly hours.
Wow. Yes. Let's talk about the poetry bungalow.
Now,
yes.
These are students of Seta High School, Mukono. And again, from the same idea, promote the culture of publishing among young people. Give them the confidence to know that your words are valuable, that they are worthy of being published in a book and read and taught and loved by others. So Poetry Bungalow was that project that we did at Seta High. And for them now, what we found interesting about these poems is now Poetry Bungalow this is a mixed school. So the poems that we have in here talk about the artificial relationships that students develop in mixed schools, where, you know, the school tells you you should not mix with boys. It's a mixed school, but boys sit the other side, girls sit this side.
We went through it in a Seventh-day Adventist school. Very strict. No, there's always a line drawn in between here, boys. You cross, you get enough stroke. Continue.
Yes, I'm telling you. And this book actually interrogates that culture. Okay. So there are these poems that talk about how, you know, students live in plastic atmospheres where they are always competing with each other, comparing each other's flaws, and not willing to help each other grow. And yet they're living in an environment that is not allowing them to express themselves honestly.
Poetry bungalow.
That's the poetry bungalow.
Wow. Well, if you're joining us, it's a Creative Industry Talk. We're talking to Mr. Peter Kagai Ngobi, who is a poet, a theater poet, a drummer, a lawyer, and is the man who is the Publishers World. He is the co-founder and editor-in-chief of the Kitara Nation, right? And you can see the work of Kitara Nation right out there, you know, showing far and wide. Peter, I want to ask a question coming from the viewer up here that says, thank you very much, Peter, for that answer on the publishing. That's really good. I wish we could have people talk more about this for young writers like some of us. I didn't even know that you have to go through this. It looks so very elaborate, but thank you. My question goes to Peter. Where do you get your information or ideas for your books, Peter?
The
viewer is asking, where do you get your, where do you get your information or ideas for? I guess she's saying, how do you develop your ideas? So I know we talked about it, but you could throw more light on it again.
Everything comes from research. Research and reading. Now, and probably this is what they mean. The process of, when I write a poem, I'm not thinking about writing. Okay, the process of compiling a book is not the same process of compiling a poem.
Yes.
When I'm compiling a book, I'm getting a collective of my thoughts I have gathered over time, and I want you to know me through my poems I have written.
Yes.
So that means that first thing that I have to consider is what are my interests?
Yes.
What are the things that speak to me when I'm writing?
Yeah.
You know, because when you want people to know you, you want them to know you about the things that are personal to you.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing you consider. Second thing you consider is who is going to read? In what language do they speak? In what language do you write?
Yeah.
So I am a Musoga, but right now I mostly write in English language.
Yeah.
So when I'm putting my books together, I know that I am targeting English language readers. Where do I find them? How do I find them? How do I market to them?
Yeah.
So you think about, for me, most importantly, a book, even a poetry book, it is a storybook. Any book you put together, why they call that book a page turner is because whatever you put on that page is going to encourage that person to open the other page, to go deeper and deeper. So you have to be careful on what you put on the first page, the second page, the third, the fourth, because it must be connected from the first cover to the
next cover. Eddie, thank you very much. Just before you end the show, can you please ask Peter, when did he first publish his first book and how old were you?
No, I first published when I was, actually, I first published when I was 29.
Yeah.
My first book, the headline that morning.
Yes.
It was the first book myself published. But before that, my friends in the Lantern Meet had published. I'm a late
Daniel
Nuamanya.
Yes, Daniel Mutembesa.
Yes, they are. Yes, wonderful.
Yes.
That generation.
Yes, yes. I have been around that circle.
Yes, surprised. I'm surprised. So our first book was in 2012.
Yeah.
And by that time, I was already out of campus.
Yes.
It was called Broken Voices of the Revolution.
Yes.
Now, the first book I worked on with my own hands was in 2013. It was for my students at Nabisunsa Girls School. They were in S4, and we published for them a book.
Okay. And then I have a last question here, which is coming and saying that, what do you like to do when you are not writing, Peter?
When I'm not writing, what do I like to do?
Yes.
What do I like to do? Anyway,
we know you're already not practicing law when you're not writing.
No, yes, when I'm not writing, I am reading. If I'm not reading, I am watching. I am blessed to be a publisher. So either I'm reading other people's works, or I am scouting for talent. So I'm going through social media looking for writers to publish. My work is, honestly speaking, I am a writer. I do 99% of my life. I'm either writing or reading.
Yes. And as we hasten to the close, before we take, the next steps of question about, being on stage and performing on stage, Peter, what does one, or rather, what was one of the most, surprising thing that you learned in creating your books, or creating books for others, or writing books for others? What's the surprising thing that you can talk about as a publisher, as a writer, as a poet? Yes,
those ones are many.
Remember, we're talking about defining and distinguishing. I think the poet, the prose, and the drama in it.
I think there are quite a number of surprising things.
Yes.
One is, don't ever expect your friends to support you.
Yes.
I think the biggest mistake you can ever make as a writer is to listen to people tell you, hey, you publish, we shall buy. Me, I'll buy 100 books.
Yes.
Me, I'll buy 10.
Yes.
And then you bring the book, and then that's when they remember, I have bills to pay. I think for me, the biggest lesson I have learned in publishing is ultimately, if you want to make this a career, and you want it to be a success, avoid marketing to friends and family.
Okay.
Because you first and foremost will avoid disappointment, and that disappointment that brings disillusionment.
Yes.
So when you're target strangers. we see how you go to a show and you don't expect to see only family and friends.
Yeah.
The people that turn up are the people that matter. Yeah. So for me, because all over time I've been producing books and wanting my friends, but your friends are your friends not because, you know, your friends like you because of you. Yeah. Not because you are a writer. So when you try to force your passion on them, it might even distance them. You know, I mean, I have siblings who have never read my books. You know, and we meet every day, but reading is not their thing. So if I become emotional and I'm like, yo, Enoch, you're my kid, bro, you're not even buying my book, then I'm actually killing off a market and giving off a wrong vibe. Yeah. But if I target the reader, who is a stranger, but that person who loves reading, then that person is always even going to help me grow my business because they're going to market me to other readers. Yeah. So I learned that very fast. Yes. Avoid the obvious. Avoid thinking that your friends will support you, your family will support. They love you as you, not because of you. In fact, they don't even understand your art things. So look for the people that art. And for me, by the way, this is very important because most of us get frustrated when we don't see our friends supporting our hustle. It is not that they don't want to support us. These things are not for them. They also have their own passions. Yes. So I learned that. Secondly,
third, actually.
Money. I want to talk about money.
Yes, third is the money, yes.
Whether you like it or not, you will not escape the question of resources. Yeah. And you must have answers.
And you can't produce all these things without resources.
You must have, no, look, unless you're going to wait for manna and quail to drop from heaven, but you must provide the answer to that. No one else is going to. Yeah. Don't think that there is someone with a basket of money waiting to just dish it to you. So you have to lobby. You have to know who to talk to in the industry. You have to know why it's important to start companies, why it's important to, to have a tax identification number, why it is important for you to know where to get the Uganda registration services, the Euro holograms. You need to know the business. You need to know the industry, so that way you can know who to go to when you need that particular kind of help. Without that, you'll keep on writing in the dark, and that's why your writing will stay.
Talking of that, Peter, we are coming to that part of the show that is really very interesting, and I love what you have said, that the three things I picked from you. Number one, you must love what you're doing. Number two, you must not force your friends to love what you're doing. Target those who you know are going to buy. Know your readers. Yes. And if you know that these are the readers, these readers, when they pick, they will pick and give it to another reader, and they will recommend, and that will be number three. You talk about money being key. You are not going to write these things for no money, and if you don't have the money, you cannot produce this. And if it is not sellable, then your friends won't buy it, however good you are. Because Sylvester told us here, look into your phone numbers. We had Sylvester Kabombo here last week, and he talks about if you look into your phone book and you don't find 50 people who can buy your ticket to come to the concert, then you are expecting the festival people to bring you in or the promoter to bring you in, yet you yourself can't have 100 people. Then you need to go and delete your phone book or stopped. If not, go back and start all over again and make sure you create that from there. That's a big lesson we're picking from there. It's all about resources, because the artists have struggled and have failed. Peter, as we close the show, let's talk about your first time on stage in Kampala. You have been working with Bayimba and doing some stuff with Bayimba and training with Bayimba. We talk about the schools. But let's talk about what opportunity did Bayimba actually present to you. And when we talk about Bayimba as the foundation, and you said the first time you performed there, what was the experience like? Take us through, and what have you been doing to try and leave your legacy in that space?
Bayimba changed my life. Literally, it changed my life. And Bayimba, I'd always known about Bayimba for a while, and Bayimba had known about me as well. I was part of a poetry group called the Lantern Meet of Poets, and so between 2010 and 2014, Bayimba used to feature us at the various festivals. In 2014, I went solo, and I started, and I was still at Nabisusa at the time. and wanted to do a poetry festival. And I reached out to Baimba for help, and Baimba told me, Peter, one day we shall help you. Maybe you're not in the position to do so. Then in 2016, I'd started Kitara Nation, and this is after I spoke directly to Faizo Chiwewa. I was young then. I was just from law school. I wanted to figure out this thing, and he tells me, Peter, you know what? If you want to figure this industry, we need structures. As poets, you need to create organization. You need to create structures which can also other organizations can interact with. So my friends and I started Kitara Nation, and through Kitara Nation, Baimba managed to link us to Africalia, and that's how we got our first grant that we used between 2017, actually up to 2020 to 2021, to promote poetry programs in schools. And then between that time, between 2016 and 2021 also, we had an opportunity to present, to make theatre poetry productions at the various Baimba Festival editions. So it was not even no longer just one call. Now it was contractual. Every year, Kitara Nation had to create a theatre poetry product to be showcased at the Baimba Festival. And
this is what we're seeing here on stage.
Yes, and those are the young poets that we worked with from schools, and now they are at the festival. In fact, in one of the slides, you will see my mother on stage with us.
Wow.
Because we also said, no, it's not enough for us to just be working together. Let us invite our parents to come through as well. So for me, the first thing that Baimba, as I said, for me as an artist individually, it helped me recognize the importance of structures, the importance of the importance of coming together as with young poets, for us to be able to create companies that will help us deal with other organizations. Secondly, Baimba gave us the platform to showcase our various talents.
So was this also still at Baimba?
Yes, that's still at Baimba. The poet with a cape is a poet we found from Busoga College, Muiri. And you can see there is a guitarist just behind him playing. So for us, we believe in song poetry, so merging music and poetry. And here he was we were doing a theater. This is actually Arrest the Poem. We were doing it at Lunkulu Festival. Next to him is Luce the Poet. At the time, he had dropped out of school and he had nothing to do. And so he felt he wanted to be a poet, and he didn't have to go through the challenges some of us had to go through. And he came to join us. Next to him is Don Wanyama. Don Wanyama was the head prefect at Busoga College, Muiri, that year. And him with the gentleman with the cape at the back. They are the people who took school poetry to Busoga, after this project. Next to them, you don't see the face, the guy with the kanga. He's called Nifrod Odot. For him, he was a poet from Namilyango College. So after this project, he also went back to Namilyango College and started a poetry club. So this is how the project has been running. And now that is the legend himself, Daniel Omara. Daniel Omara started, he was at St. Mary's College, Chisubi at that time. He started over 5 poetry schools before he went to Russia to study medicine, and also start a poetry club at his university there.
Wow.
So these are the young people that we've been working with, and through Baimba, we have been able to give them a platform to, first and foremost, see that they are talented, and that secondly, their words can give them monetary value, because some of them are now doing this as a career.
Wow. When you talk about this, what would be your best advice to a young poet out there as we close the show? What kind of platform do they look for? Where do we find you? How does one interact with you? And how do we connect with you at Kitara? What's the best advice you can give us today that when we go and think through it with this COVID-19 pandemic situation and endemic situation that we're in, and the confusion surrounding COVID-19, the uncertainty that lies ahead of us, how does an artist, a poet, stand out tomorrow to say, yes, I can continue to move with this hope and it is possible? And how do I get my work to the hands of people who may not know I exist? Like the same way you got to Faizo, how would we get there on Baimba?
Thank you. For me, the advice I would give to any young poet out there is the advice that I wish somebody gave me. In fact, someone gave me and I rejected it. Learn your craft. Professionalize early. Learn how to professionalize early. It doesn't matter whether you're 10 or 20 or 30 or 40. Learn how to be a professional writer. how do professionals behave? Who do they know? Secondly, invest in knowing the people in your industry. You might be shy. Some of us choose to write because we are shy. We don't know how to express ourselves. And now here I am telling you, go out there and be confident. Be deliberate about growing your reputation and growing your profile as a writer. And that includes talking to people or reaching out to people or researching about people who will help you improve on your profile. But even that is something that you don't just wake up one day and know how to do. Go to the University of YouTube. Learn. Teach, self-educate yourself about marketing, about creative writing. Know the best-selling books out there right now. Know the trends. Know your industry. Know the people. Know the people, because knowledge is the only resource that you have right now that will make you that dream. Every time you put that pillow down and you imagine yourself being as even bigger than Shakespeare or being bigger than Okot Pabitek, that thing that's going to push you is in the ability to be able to let people see your talent, to be able to argue and demonstrate your talent to everyone else. And it won't come from you just writing and putting your poems back in your book and then hiding them in your pillow. You have to be at the forefront of your career.
Finally, Peter, 2021 is coming to a close. We're going into a new year. You've been collaborating with Bayimba Foundation. What plans do we have, in the days ahead, if any, do you want to share with us? I see a message here flashing from the messenger. Too many messages, over 500 on messenger. I can't read all the messages on messenger, but thank you very much, everybody. But this one saying that how do I get into the program with Bayimba that Peter is talking about? He's a poet, he's a drummer himself. He says he's a drummer artist. I don't know what that means. Or he's an actor. But want to know, how do they get, and is there any program for them in days ahead? Could you share some more light as we close?
All right. If you're interested in publishing poetry, for example, you can reach us. You can reach out to Kitara Nation. We have a website, our social media spaces. It's all Kitara Nation. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Our email is kitaranation.uganda@gmail.com. Reach out. Let's start a conversation. Yeah. Now, if you're interested in learning how to perform and how to write and how to perform, it's the same way. You can reach us. You can reach out to us on our various media platforms, and we shall be able to help you. Now, for those of you who have programs or projects that you want to run and you want to reach out to Bayimba, you can go through their social. The beauty about the social media these days is that it has made it easier. To access some people where previously, you had to write a letter or you had to write an email. These days, just a messenger message is enough to get you, through that door. Yes, and now for those ones who would want to know more about writing and maybe marketing books, publishing, come and we talk. Reach out to us. We have a number of programs that we are running for poets. We have Verse in Verk. We have the Kitara Nation Poets Poetry program that we also run, where we train ourselves and we train young people in theater poetry. Next year, if all goes well, we also
this is next year, 2022.
Yeah, 2022.
Yeah.
We are bringing back the culture of poetry recitals. If the government allows us to have public performances again. So we are coming up with a weekly poetry show in Kampala, and anyone, as long as you love performing poetry, you can come up with your poem and perform, and again, if you have a manuscript and you want to publish, we are your guys. Just come and we talk.
Thank you very much, Peter, for coming to the show today. And first, I want to put a topic up there and just to remind everyone, that we've been talking about defining and distinguishing poetry, prose, and drama in Uganda and across borders. When we say in Uganda and across border, locally here in Uganda, within the boundaries of Uganda, do we have, is it distinguished, defined? Is poetry clear? Do we see the prose when people perform? Do we understand what it means? That's what Peter has been sharing on the show today. And then, of course, we have been talking to Peter Kagai, who is the co-founder of Kitara Nation. Kitara Nation is one of the publishing house, and Peter himself is the publisher. He's a writer, he's a poet, he's a drummer, he's a theater writer. So if you have projects for him, please reach out to him. And we'd like to say thank you very much to everyone. We would like to say, Peter, that it's been really great, having you on the program today. And I want you to take this moment and close the show with a beautiful poem from Peter that closes. A piece from the Kitara Nation.
Wow. Freedom. Freedom is the music of voices stretched in our throats, reaching out to our hearts since our voices were once ghosts. Freedom is the music of voices remembering the ones we have lost in fright and in fear. Freedom is knowing in the morning you can open your heart's window and let the sun in. Freedom is knowing why a caged bird sings. Freedom. Freedom. That's me.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end of the show today. We want to say beautiful day. Stay in freedom, and please, freedom is opening up your heart very hard in the morning and let the sun in. Until then, Creative Industry Talk has come to an end. Edio Killer and Peter Kagai Ngobi signing out.
Wonders and circumstances, suspense paints harvest with it, and he's with scandal. All is in silence, silence. A shell shot rattle. Leave the broom in the corner of the room. And when the shadow is behind your heels and the moon is full, go to the well and you will find a black stone. Pick it up. Pick it up. Move and don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back.
What can the men do, okay, to promote women's sports, or basketball for that matter?
Yes, so today morning, someone told me, he made research, actually my brother, that these days the NBA actually facilitates the WNBA games to see that they're also somewhere. How about the NBL men starts doing something, not totally like investing in and all that, but it can be with the support system. It can be one very good thing, seeing that creating more opportunities for these ladies, putting up different games games like, so as like women can be like seen or showing that these guys also like care. It can start with support, and then with time they can also like recommend whoever facilitates them to like partially have his thoughts somewhere on the women's team, so that like they can all go about like together, in solidarity. I think that can work. I don't know, I don't think it's something big. It can start with support and then financially with time.
Now I'm going to talk to my people.
Yes.
Because I like what, as we are saying, vive la France, vive la francophonie. So, le leadership, c'est quoi? Le leadership, ce n'est pas le fait d'intimider les gens ou bien de dominer les gens, non. Le leadership, c'est le fait d'aider les gens à suivre le bon chemin. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, ils ne savent même pas par quel chemin emprunter. Il y a des gens qui ont même étudié, mais ils ne savent pas quel business ils doivent faire. Maintenant, l'idée, quand tu rencontres une personne pareille, tu vas l'orienter. Non, tu peux faire mieux que ce que tu fais. Non, la peur que tu as là ne va pas te tuer. Tu peux aller au-delà de la peur. L'idée, c'est comme j'avais donné l'exemple, allow me to go a little bit deeper. J'avais donné l'exemple ici en français, en anglais, pardon. La vidéo que j'avais vue à propos de chiens, il y avait un groupe de chiens au niveau du Canada et il n'y avait pas de l'eau. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait la neige, il n'y avait pas la place pour que tout le monde puisse boire de l'eau. Mais il y avait seulement une petite place pour le boss que je vais appeler. Et il ne voulait pas que les autres puissent venir boire de l'eau, comme il était boss, il intimidait les gens. Mais il y avait un petit garçon, un petit chien qui était là à côté. Il a eu l'idée de briser la glace, là où il y avait pas, parce que l'eau était en dessous et il n'y avait pas moyen de boire, mais le petit chien a brisé et tout le monde a vu ce qu'il faisait. Ils sont venus, ils ont commencé à briser et tous ont profité avec l'eau potable. Et le boss était laissé comme un vaurien. Personne ne lui faisait encore confiance parce qu'il n'était pas là pour les aider. Il était là simplement pour le faire peur, les intimider. Mais l'idée, c'est quelqu'un qui est là pour aider quelqu'un à avancer jusqu'à son destin, à sa vision. Parce que nous avons tous nos visions, mais c'est la peur des fois qui nous arrête. Merci mon ami.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, the brew ratio is very important. The most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of water. The coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I? Exactly. So if you don't master the brew ratio, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
And one thing I would like to allude to or tell the other youth out there is we have to start creating our own solutions for our own problems. Otherwise, no one else is going to come from, Europe, America, or wherever to try and fix our own issues. So I would like to urge other youth, the other creatives out there, hit the ground running, go in there, try and solve the problem that your neighbor has, the problem that your friends have. And by creating those solutions, you can easily become the next big company of tomorrow, creating bigger solutions nationwide and on a continent level.
First and foremost, thank you very much for hosting me. I'm really, really humbled, and I'm blessed to be here. Yeah, surely. Talking about basketball, personally, my journey of basketball started from far, very, very far. That was in high school, and in a situation whereby we did not have enough exposure. We didn't have coaches. We didn't have the facilities like we do have them right now. Although I'm saying this like there are so many years ago, there are not so many. That was about, I began knowing basketball in 2007. That was at KPC when I was in P7 vacation. That is end of 2007 actually, that KPC North. That's when I first touched the basketball. Then 2008 when I joined Namibyango in Senior 1. I saw people playing. Actually, the people whom I saw there playing and inspired me were Sally of, he played for Chambogo Warriors. Do you remember him?
The left-handed.
Yes, and Omongin. Omongin, last I saw him playing for City Oil. Those were the guys whom I found in Namibyango. I was in Senior 1. These guys were playing basketball at another level. And we would actually just go there to watch them. You know, for us by that time, they couldn't allow you to step on the basketball court that those guys are on, because they were senior 6s, you are a senior 1, you just, the best you can do is watch. Other than that, you don't step there. But nonetheless, that's where I started, beautifully, or I would say lucky for me, that when I was playing with those guys, once in a while when they could see me about midday 1, when the sun is very hot, when they are still resting and waiting to come. So when we would go to court and, you know, try a few shots here and there, and then they would come and they meet us, they would see what we are doing, and, you know, they would identify talent. I don't know if I can use that one. So, in one way or another, they identified my talent. They realized I could at least throw in the ball. At any sport. They would just give it to me. Although I was weak, I didn't know how to bounce. They only told me one thing, throw in the ball. And throwing in the ball gave me an opportunity to play with them. When I was in Senior 1, Senior 2, but still, of course, I still had people who didn't believe in me, and it was challenging.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a Rute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lango south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and she'd show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. The planes would fly over our house, and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates, and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okila, and this particular show today, we're talking to a young man from PG, the central part of Buganda, who is a fashion designer. Ras Kasozi, aka actually known as Charles Kasozi, is a Ugandan boy who is a fashion designer. And of course, you've had the first part of the show when we're talking to Kasozi about his background and how, you've been able to go across the world. Welcome back to the program, Kasozi. I know we talked about the background, and I like so far the story. It's very authentic, how it comes out, and how you got inspired into the fashion industry. The story with Wavamuno's daughter is quite a very amazing story right there, that somebody texts you and then you're able to realize, oh wait, I'm actually important. If Gloria Wavamuno is looking for it, means that there's certain value that she gives me which you are not giving to yourself. That in itself is a plus, going forward. Mr. Kasozi, would you tell us a little bit more about the journey from the local scene of fashion design here to the international stages that you've been able to go,
It's been quite challenging, but it takes self-confidence. Yes, from the start you need to know what you want. Like me, I've been an artist, like I'm born an artist. Though not knowing which direction, I've tried all kind of art. Yes, and I always apply too much art in my fashion. Though as we grow, meet different people, and they tell you more about what you do. That's why I always say we need to be close to people who understand our vision. Yes, people who can support what we do. For example, for my first international platform, by then I was working with Babaluku, Bavubuka All Stars. Yes, I was part of it. Yes. And for him, is from this international scene. Yeah. So he grabbed all my photos and applied unknowingly. Yes, because he knew I couldn't understand that. So he applied after. He told me, Kasozi, you have a passport? I said, yes. Then he chilled it. He told me, yeah, next month, you coming here. I couldn't believe that, of course. Yes, I know he was just encouraging me to work hard because I couldn't know that I deserve that, or I can be part of that, because I was even the first African to be to Vancouver Fashion Week, and Ugandan, you get coming from the ghettos. I was working from this corner. You get like a smaller place, paying 50K a month. You get so. That wasn't my platform. So when it reached to 2 weeks after working on all the papers, it told me, you go to Canadian consulate and ask for visa fee. There, I got that I think it was a month before, I started to panic that it was serious. And with that month, I had to spend 2 months from Kenya processing the visa. In our mindset, too many visa tebazigabaye, and with art you work with motivation. So every time I could try to get a piece of paper to sketch, I could get nervous, think of a visa, you get, I failed. Till after the 2 weeks, I got my visa and I started sketching. I remember I did my sketches even from the bus as I was coming back from Kenya. When I reached home, I started sleepless nights, you get. I made my collection in two weeks. That was 48 pieces. One person.
Wow.
And a miracle happened to me. I had to fly 3 days before the fashion show. And I planned to finish on that exact day. So accidentally, I didn't know, I left here the same date. I spent 18 hours on the way, and I reached the same hours I left here. You get, so I advanced like
24 hours.
Yes. So I got that extra day to finish my stuff. But that changed my mind so much because I reached to Vancouver, and they always go through your work. If it doesn't reach that standard, you don't showcase. I was on a big panic. But models showed me that I've passed that. Models were grabbing, fighting for my pieces. I never even wait for
from
the
the
director.
local stage in Uganda here.
Yes.
To now model fighting for you, and this was your biggest stage. How many stages have you been in Uganda before this opportunity to go to Vancouver by
then I think I'd done two. I'd showcased to Silk and Bayimba.
So first was Bayimba and then Silk.
Yes. Then my third was international.
Wow.
And on that show, I tend to be among the top 3 designers. Yes. And I was showcasing with Michael Kors, you know. So after that, people loved my collection so much, and I got another opportunity to showcase my collection again. I remember they were launching some electric car. Yes, they had produced. So I was their entertainer. So I loved the tour so much, and it changed my mindset because the love I got there, I never had it here. You get, so I was like, why my home people convincing me? You get, so I came back very tough with another mindset. You get, fighting for myself.
I want to know from you, this is a very compelling story. If you're following the show, it's a Creative Industry Talk right here on House of Talent Television. My name is Edio Killer, and Kaz Kasozi is in the studio, or Kasozi Charles, who is Ras Kasozi, is on the program. And of course, we're talking about his journey to the national, from the national here, from the local stages in Uganda to the international platform in Vancouver, Canada. And that's a very fascinating story right there. Again, earlier on you talked about we need to surround ourselves with people who will inspire us. I want you to take us back. You are now in Canada. You have been, loved, and you came back with a different mindset altogether. Did you earn money, or money wasn't a biggest motivator at that point?
For them, it's automatic. It's the system. It's not about me. It's about the system. It's like however much you want to travel to Iganga without paying, the system is, they need your ticket in a bus, you get. So for them, they know the system, that fashion is a business. After showcase, for example, what happened to me after showcase, I thought, as usual in Uganda, after showcase, you pack your stuff in a suitcase, you go home. But for them, after showcasing, they had to announce my pop-up shop. They got a big shop. I got a day. They put everything they had aside and display my stuff. So people came and purchased everything. And I love the way they did it. They were asking me, like I had a manager that time. She was called Christine. She asked me how much this jacket, and she had to teach me, now, you know, in Canada, you can't sell something from the runway, $300. That's very cheap. Like expenses are here high, and also the platform, you get. So She helped me to price.
Know the pricing.
Yes.
Yeah.
She did that, so I gave her the authority to do everything for me. And people were even booking before. They were testing us.
Yes.
I'm coming for this jacket. I'm coming for this skirt.
Yes.
You get. So it was really, really nice, and I sold everything. You know, when you're flying, you always have your shopping list.
Yes, yes.
I had my budget here, sewing machine, camera, you get. I got everything I wanted.
Yes. And so you came back from one chance given to you by the one and only philosopher. We call him the hip hop philosopher, Baba Luko. You came back with this money back to Uganda, and you had everything you needed. Kasozi, let's talk about how did you meet Baba Luko, by the way?
As a youth, I never had friends, like basically when I was growing, like, you know, our mom used to try to tell us, like, as we're poor and it's okay. In this world, there are those rich people and then poor people.
Yes.
You get, so for us, we are born that way. Yes. And we shouldn't be struggling for
things that are for rich people.
You get.
Yes.
So I was very satisfied with my life. And I used to spend a lot of my time from home, within the house. Yes, doing the art, drawing, working with a machine. But accidentally, I went to Laba. No, there was a festival at Kololo. I don't remember the name. WAP used to be called WAP.
Yes, WAPI, yes. WAPI by the British Council, yes.
And I met these creative people, kids. Baba Luko had those kids rapping, painters, you get. And I said, I need to be part of this. So I met the team leader. Team leader told me, come to Machinje. He was there. So I went to Machinje. I met him. I think I used to go there every week. I went there for a month. And I was just doing nothing. Kids were rapping. Painters were doing painting. Me, I didn't know that I have even a talent. Till I said, I think this was going to chase me away. Every time I come, I just sit here. One day, I said, I think let me try to make a jacket. I didn't know that's even important or what. I started to make I went to a window. I got a very cheap jacket and stitched his face here. Like I have the ability to do portraits using a sewing machine. When I reached to the...
You stitched Baba Luko's face?
On a jacket I'd made. Everyone was very happy and amazed about what I did. So that's how I got also...
From the background of being there, just waiting.
I didn't know that...
Yes.
I know how to do repairs and making some small things, but I didn't know that it was nice or what. So, you know, as a creative person, Baba Luko, so you welcome me, now, you know, I've done this, you can do this, and everyone was coming, other youth. That's how even I got even my brand name from there. So we used to have someone doing graphics came and say, Kasozi, now, you can swear, and let me make for you a logo, you get, and I got a brand name. Rappers used to come and tell me, you got to make for me shorts and stuff, you get. So I got the love and to know that, yes, fashion is good, and now let me settle to this.
Wow. Well, if you're following the Creative Industry Talk anywhere across the world, Ed Yokila, Ras Kasozi here. We're talking about Ugandan fashion to the international fashion stage. What a story right there coming from Ras Kasozi. Charles Kasozi is his real name, as a Ugandan born, a Muganda by tribe, from the central part of Uganda. Your story is very fascinating, Kasozi. I'm enjoying the show with you today, and this is a very interesting creative industry talk. I want to just encourage everyone out there, go on there and share the story of Ras Kasozi far and wide, and make sure that there is so much love coming to this brother, and go and buy. And of course, I want to give a big shout out to my brother from another mother, Baba Luko. This is like the coolest story I've heard from Baba today of changing the life of Mr. Ras Kasozi. Rasta, let's talk about this, learning from the international. You are now in Vancouver. You have learned something. Did you learn something from there? What did you pick from Vancouver when you came back to Uganda? You were able to say, you know what? I've learned this, I want to do A, B, C, D. And so my question to you is did you learn from the international fashion stages, and what were the challenges that when you came back you were able to fix?
Basically, I was different. I think by the time I came back, my name was everywhere. Yeah, everywhere. So by the time I landed here, I had to do so many interviews, and I never had experience into that. Yes. So my life started to change a bit, and I don't like the celebrity life. You get email life.
Because you were told you were poor, you should stay this side. Now you are being
you have to dress this, do this. Yes. And it's not my thing, you get. Yeah. So I love to keep a low profile. But I got to know the value of fashion. Yeah. Because they took me around so many shops and so many designers, international designers. Everything was different. Yeah. So I was like, why at home they're not doing this? Yes. So what came into my mind was to focus much on the international platform, because I'm loved there more. Yes. And I have a lot of clients outside Uganda than
you are in Uganda.
Yes. So, so to me, I'm so much into developing youth's talent in Uganda and getting money from outside. Yes. So I learned that in Uganda, maybe fashion is still starting, it's still young, yes. The way we take fashion is not the way it's taken outside there. It's a big business, and here it's about talent. You get? Yeah, the same thing I've told you about fashion shows here. Fashion shows are about entertaining. Yes. You like perform. Yes. But see, outside there, every year, brands come up with trend and they have to launch them. Yes. After launching them, they sell the copies.
Yes. And that becomes what we wear as fashion in the world, all across the world. Yeah. I mean, Kasozi, that's a very interesting learning. You know, did you face any challenges along the way?
I was super excited. I think I was young and people loved me so much. So I was just receiving, learning everything. Yes. Yeah, just I remember I used to tell them, like they used to make joke out of me. I never wanted to drink water. Like they know for them water is life. Yeah. And with me, I used to know I take water because I'm poor. Yeah. Now I'm in Canada, I don't take water. I totally refuse to take water. And they were making fun of me.
Wow, wow.
But the biggest challenge was, how do you leave Canada and come back to Uganda? You get? Whereby now you have learned, and what you have learned doesn't work back home. You get? Yeah. So it's two ways. You leave it or you challenge yourself. Yeah. You get? Yeah. So, you know, now we're having the internet. Yeah, so I live here, but try to make sure I'm connected to the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much, Kasozi, first of all, for that moment. And thank you very much, everybody who's watching the show from all across the world. Thank you for being part of the Creative Industry Talk, growing bigger and better. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, Kasozi will tell us a little bit more about, you know, the new program he's doing called the SEED program, which video we're actually going to play right now. And of course, you know, what are the advice that he can give to the young people who have not been able to, you know, get opportunity like him, or were looking for such opportunity like, you know, Baba Luko gave to Kasozi to go across the world. But also, we would want to know from him, which other stages has he been to since, you know, the Vancouver, you know, experience and the collaboration that have been happening. Stay right there. Creative Industry Talk. We'll be right back after this break.
potential to gain exposure, to become international. I feel through this I'm going to be normal.
Cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. Cause you're a sky full of stars. Cause you light up the path. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do.
itaranto hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe umwamuhe itarane eshanu undamuhe ebyiri undamuhe itarane imwe itagirira kabiri maze umutwara arazinduka maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za tarano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza agenzura amesha hano uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo agenzuramo ebyiri maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icyobo ayishamo ya tarano aratinyuka arayitabaye nuko imitsi irayitindira ataha maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi eshanu uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike nico gitumye mbekurira byinshi ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja maze wa wundi wahawe itarane imwe itagiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayivovota cyane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye namunagane itarano narayitabye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe esi ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasanga inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itarane 10 igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupapa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi ibikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho. Itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye. Itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye.
My name is Martin Anthony Nsuvuga. I'm the CEO of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And I've served the institution until now, where I've grown to the position of the Chief Executive Officer. So I've seen UBRA since its establishment.
I was also the person who started the organization as interim CEO for the organization. My role was to set up the organization, and here we are.
It has been a really new experience in my life. As you may have heard, UBRA was non-existent. There was no formal regulatory environment for pensions or retirement benefits. So we are a pioneer. We were appointed to set up the architecture and the environment for regulation of retirement benefits and pensions.
So the Ministry of Finance, because I was the technical person really handling all these reforms, they asked me to come and set up this institution, which is the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. So I was requested to start as interim Chief Executive Officer, which I did from the year 2012 to early 2015. It's been a great journey. When we started from scratch.
The journey of 10 years of UBRA started with an Act of Parliament of 2011, but actual operation started in 2012, and that's why we are celebrating 10 years today.
There was no institutional setup, there were no laws, there was nothing. So we started with the legal framework, putting in place the legal framework that establishes the supervisor or the regulator for the retirement benefits sector. Before then,
UBRA came into the market about 10 years ago. The first thing they did, right from their first offices at Communications House, was to take stock of the market. Who are the players? Who are the retirement players in the market? Who are the service providers? Which schemes are operating in the market? Service to note that there was already something happening in the market, even before UBRA came to play.
And because of that, there were Ponzi schemes, there were frauds and all those kind of things. There was no trust in the sector. So our primary objective was to build a system that would instill confidence in the general public.
I believe the journey has been very successful. We have a footprint now in the community, and that footprint is best exemplified by the growth of the pensions sector. When we were appointed, the pension sector savings were less than 5 trillion. Today they're approaching 20 trillion.
A number of proposals were carried to Parliament, and the biggest one was to actually put in place a sector regulator.
My role as a Member of Parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation And one of the laws we have made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country.
You'd appreciate that this is not a small contribution for a sector that was not regulated. But overall, it was part of the global reforms that we are seeing in other countries in the pension sector.
To me, that's a plus for the authority.
And you can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion.
To me, that is a plus for UBRA and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected.
So one of the main objectives was to safeguard the interests of the members. Now what this means is that the moment members' interests are safeguarded, their rights are protected, it then boils down to growth of the sector. Now, what we've seen in the last 10 years is that the sector, the assets under management have more than tripled. So within a span of 10 years, we're seeing a lot of efficiency in terms of members are able to get their benefits, they're able to access more information about their schemes. More importantly is the professionalism that has been injected in the sector.
There has been a deliberate effort to build trust because the foundation is strong, it can be trusted. And again, the investment structures are very solid, so which means they encourage the growth of the market, the growth of the portfolio, and also provide the positive returns that we see to date.
The last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing, is promoting transparency. So to a member, that information creates trust within the member because you are saying, there's nothing I'm hiding. This is how we run the scheme in the year. There were 13 meetings and this member of the board, out of 13, he attended 3.
In the saving schemes, there was no trust, there was no confidence, there was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator.
I think as well, looking generally at the business environment, you rarely now see complaints of people stating that the funds that they thought they had in their names have disappeared or have been paid to the wrong person. And all this is just because of the supervisory role that UBRA has brought in, which has been pivotal in making us run a world-class pension sector in Uganda.
There are 3 parts to any pension system. There's the contributions or collections of pensions, there is the management of the pensions or the investment of these pension savings, and then there's the payment of these pension savings, either through a lump sum or through monthly payments. We have had a shared responsibility with UBRA for the past 10 years in the aspect of management of the savings through investments because many of the fund managers whom we license are also licensed by UBRA. Although UBRA focuses a lot more on the pensions, the retirement savings that they manage. So we have done this role together, we've had this shared role. The synergies we have drawn from this partnership have been very beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together with UBRA in the future.
We see growth in number of schemes in this market. Today we are talking of 65 schemes. In the past we are talking of 3 schemes that were established by an Act of Parliament. That is the Public Service Pension Scheme, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and the NSSF, all of them established by an Act of Parliament.
More importantly is to say that the journey that UBRA has walked over the 10 years have been challenging, but also refreshing, in a sense that they came into a virgin market. There was no regulator before them, especially in the pension sector. So what they started with was commendable. Let's do a stock taking. Let's understand the market. Who is doing what in the market? So I think that phase helped UBRA create the visibility, create identity for the first 3-4 years. Over the years, they've also been able to do publicity to kind of show the market, show the public that this is what we do, and especially as you plan for your retirement.
At least for the last 10 years, we've not had any corruption, loss of members' funds. We've also not had any poor investments, because investments are all known, structured, in particular known asset classes that provide a very good return to the member. And actually in this period in time, that's when the sector has witnessed high returns to the members, double-digit returns for the last 5 years or thereabout.
So, in my opinion, that is trust from the general public that we are doing the right thing, and we hope that we continue to do that.
In the next 10 years, what I would like to really see going forward is the spread of coverage, because the pension sector as it is now is really in the formal sector. And when you look at the working population of Uganda, if you even put it at around 20 to 25 million, the working population, not even 3 million are covered by pensions.
I think my main message to Ubra is, first of all, to thank the CEO, Mr. Martin Nsubuga, and his team for supporting the pension reforms that have taken place so far, but also to remind the team that there's still some work to be done. It's not over, there's still some reforms that need to be done, particularly in the area of limiting access to long-term savings. So Martin and team, please don't rest. There's still some more work to be done to grow the domestic savings base of this country.
We feel that as a committee, Ubra needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they're doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement.
If you were to ask me, what should Ubra's next 10 years focus on? I would say that Ubra's next 10 years should be to now build this 20 trillion asset base that has been generated, should actually be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes. But Ubra should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. And I can tell you, if we make very good regulations, we will have the support of Parliament.
I believe that the next 10 years are quite pivotal. We've gone through the best building of the industry, and right now we are at the point where we have to be tasked with generating value for our clients and exhibiting relevance over the next 10 years. I'm very, very confident. In fact, I'm really proud of the work that has been done for the last 10 years, and my imagination runs wild. What is possible for the next 10 years.
And the other key achievement that or work in progress that Ubra is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support Ubra, is the coming up with a national micro pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. that means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10.
So our focus, what really keeps us awake when I wake up in the morning that drives my day, protection of members' funds.
So what I see going forward for the next 10 years is an organization that is efficient, that is creating value for the benefits. Efficiency meaning when I contribute, I must be guaranteed that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when I retire, my money will be there. And ensuring that the monies that I contribute are invested in assets that will make my money grow. Not just putting in 1 shilling, and 20 years you're paid 1 shilling. When I put in 1 shilling, I should be paid 100 shillings at the end of 30 years. And that's the objective, and that's efficiency.
I think to the customer out there who might not even think they're a customer because you ride a boda, you are in the garden, you don't even have anything to your name, Ubra will find you wherever you are and will look after you because it's their mandate to look after you in retirement. And they can only look after you in retirement if you avail yourself now. And all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, Ubra wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. And Ubra works with people and different entities to deliver that. As service providers, I think we want to say congratulations again, Ubra. We feel the heat sometimes, but we are ready for the task.
As we celebrate, let's also remember that there are those who are not yet part of the saving culture, and we find ways of bringing them forward. I wish you a happy celebration.
As we celebrate 10 years of service protecting retirement benefits in this country, allow me to thank the Board of Directors of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. You have been very instrumental and very focused. Allow me also to thank the staff and management of Ubra. You have supported the cause. Allow me also to thank my predecessors, the first interim CEO, Mr. Moses Bekavio, the Chief Executive Officer, my immediate predecessor, Mr. Bonyi David Nyekondi, the government of Uganda who have supported us, providing us with all the resources that we need from the day Ubra started up to now, the regulated entities, the stakeholders, the fund managers, the custodians, the administrators. Without you, we would not be talking of structures of governance in this market. And of course, the members who are saving, who have trusted us, who have continuously saved with the different schemes. Allow me to assure you that as we deliberate on this direction for the next years of service, at Ubra, we shall continue to protect your retirement benefits. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless our country, Uganda. Let us celebrate as we thank God.
You can blow that money thinking you're getting it back. Yeah. spoils it like as Good afternoon, my name is Felix Opal and it is Slam Dunk Basketball. Welcome to yet another episode where we discuss, talk basketball, talk the intricacies, talk about what is happening, the latest news and everything. And in studio with me is my co-host, Emmanuel Ateng. Emma, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Felix.
Yeah, it is the festive days are just around the corner.
Yeah.
Let's start with what plans you have for the holidays before we get into the many issues happening around the game of basketball locally.
We're talking earlier, and I think the first plan is to actually get a Christmas tree somewhere here.
Oh, a Christmas tree is somewhere inside here, inside the studio.
Yeah, I guess that, it would give you the feeling of, we're actually getting into the holidays.
I hope it will have quite many lights, but I'm not going to be part of the decoration of that. I'm not.
It's okay. You can bring the gift boxes and just
bring the gift
drop
boxes.
them under there.
And in the game of basketball, as we start off the show, interesting stuff happening. Watoto upsetting Emperors, 61-48. The game has just ended, and it's not a result that many actually foresaw coming, including myself, with the way Emperors was prepared for this. Now Watoto get elevated. Your take on the final score of that?
I think when it comes to the Emperors game, even when they played Livingstone in the semi-final, a lot of people thought that Emperors was going to beat Livingstone. Okay, but I mean they play different styles of basketball. But Livingstone and Watoto play some similar kind of basketball. It's more of a running team, so it didn't come as a surprise to me. I knew that these Watoto young boys are going to outrun the Emperor guys and actually win the game. So for me it wasn't a surprise.
To me it came as a very big surprise, seeing that Watoto has more experienced. I mean Emperors have more experienced players. Yeah. They're players who have actually even played in the upper league, and then this is a moment where you'd expect them to be way more calm. Yeah. And they're playing stopping time. Yeah. And they know how to execute better, and here they were, and the result was flipped.
You know how sometimes experience is good, but have you run with kids? Those boys run.
Yeah, but that is where the experience comes in. When you know that a team is running at you, you know that we have to set up a D. Then you know that the team is running, they're rotating the ball on the left and on the right. So what do? We set up a zone defense.
Yeah, but those the Watoto guys played up friendly with them before. Very good shooters, play at a very fast pace. So it depends on whose stamina will outlast the other. So I guess in this case, Watoto's stamina actually outlasted the Emperors, and they came up with a win.
It has been quite interesting and also intriguing, also frustrating at the moment in the lower division. One of the key contentious issues is the issue of Guru Hawks being demoted, using a player that Federation deemed ineligible after him taking part in the entire season. Yeah. I was speaking to the General Secretary of FUBA, Hudson Segaman, and told me the competitions committee realized that the player played under a different name throughout the entire season. Now the big question is, who is to blame? The administration or the team?
Well, first of all, when it comes to sports, the team is going to do anything it can to win. That is their role, okay?
Yeah, because you have to win, but then as administrators, you also have to ensure that you show a right path.
Yes, you show a right path, but your main aim is to what? Win this game. So sometimes people go with underhanded tricks to win. Okay, not saying that's what Gulu did, but when we flip it over on the side of the federation, yeah, how does a player play in the first part of the season under a different name? Then the same player again plays in a different part of the season.
Gets into the post-season.
Yeah. If we say they had some plastic surgery and changed the way they look, okay. But if the man looks the same as he did in the first part of the season, and is the same guy, and you guys actually don't realize that, oh, they just switch names, then there is someone who is not focusing on, someone who's not doing their job right.
Because someone has been in the league for the entire season. Someone has actually taken part in the first set of the post-season, that is the quarters. Then you get to realize in the semis that, oh, Emmanuel Ate was playing under a different name. So that definitely shows that I believe Pai Kamoga and the other team that is running, Brian Rugendo, the team that is running the lower league management committee, they need to put that in order.
Yeah, and you know the funny thing is that I don't think they would have actually realized it if Kampala Rockets hadn't come out to put it out there that you know what, these guys used an eligible player. But then also, why did Kampala Rockets wait till the guy scored, was it 20-something points, and they were beaten?
He actually scored 27 points.
27 points.
Yeah.
What were they doing in the in the first
scored
part of the
27
series?
points against them.
Yeah. So what
27 points, 4 assists.
Yeah. So what were they doing in the first game? If they see someone is ineligible, they say, okay, this guy can't play, so I have to move on with basketball. But you wait for the guys to reach, the third game, then you complain. And now Gulu Hawks has been one of those teams that has been in the Ugandan League for a very long time, okay? And seeing them demoted or actually even exiting the league.
They are actually exiting the league, and according to FUBA General Secretary, there is going to be a tribunal meeting next week to try and see how they can arbitrate that situation. Because there are also other precedents where vegetarian also are alleged to have been using an eligible player.
So the whole situation becomes complex because now let's say that the tribunal sits and allows Gulu Hawks to come back. What happens to the Watoto men who have been actually pushed
who have won
to the higher league? Yes. So do we push them back down? Okay. What happens? Do we open a third division for those teams?
Well, for the federation, those are some of the issues I think, Emma, we've discussed here once and before. Some of these things shouldn't be happening if Ugandan sport is going to develop, not just basketball, all the other disciplines. These are the things that actually chase away sponsors. Lack of consistency, lack of discipline, lack of following the rules and regulations. Because now, I believe the appeal by Gulu Hawks has caught the federation in a catch-22 situation, whereby we're like, what should we do? Should we get both teams to the table, or 3 of us on the table, and we discuss this out, or should we actually replay the games?
It reminds me of when you go to play pickup, usually at the pool court, when a team loses by a last basket and someone says that you didn't call a foul, okay, and they refuse to get off the court because they feel, there was a call that wasn't made. So it's the same situation here, okay? Gulu will say, you know what, we are not to blame, so you can't really kick us out.
Yeah, because definitely they are not to blame. They've had the player for the entire season, they submitted in the list, so the federation had actually to cross-check, re-examine, know the players.
But the funny thing is, I think there's a time, I don't remember when it happened, when they were writing our team list, okay? They registered different players under different numbers. And the game started.
But the players are supposed to be under actually the exact numbers.
If Ateng Emmanuel is 13, I'm supposed to be number 13 on the score sheet. But if you put me as 23,
I'm a different person.
Exactly, I'm a different person
on the score sheet.
So when the game begins and you give the foul to 13, but 13 is not registered, then what happens?
The foul goes to the other person.
Exactly. So I think those situations actually happen. Maybe because whoever was writing the team stats at that time didn't write it correctly. So there might be a possibility. I'm just saying, might be. This is a very, I'm reaching for this one. Someone must have, you know.
I'm actually very eager to know what is going to happen from that particular meeting, and also eager to know when the Federation will have its annual general meeting, because there are going to be quite a number of issues which are contagious and very intriguing, which have not been tackled.
I wish they could actually just put that on Zoom so that we can all be available to watch what happens in that meeting.
Well, hopefully, the saying that Federation is saying that the annual general meeting should be coming up soon, and also the issue of the FUBA CEO, who is supposed to be handling, and the man who we are supposed to actually be pointing the guns to, and is also the one supposed to be giving us the answers and the solutions to this. So the General Secretary says the person is already selected and is just awaiting announcing. But we are yet to know or find out how true this is or who this person is.
Well, whoever they are, I pray that they're spin doctor because they have to spin and weave all these situations that have been going on. It's not just this one. Issues with the national team, issues with league resumption, you know, all these other things, issues with the international players and having only 4 of them on a team, all these things, people are going to complain. So whoever that the CEO is, you know, I hope they're ready for this storm that they're getting into, because it's going to be a nice one.
Yeah, that takes me to the point of leadership and administration, but mostly leadership. So you clearly can see that with everything that is happening with the Federation of Basketball in Uganda, there is lapses in terms of leadership. And without that, we are going to continue having more and more and more issues. For instance, we have a very interesting fixture that is going to be happening later, Raise Life and Our Savior. Now, in case the victory goes to the other side and the other side comes back to appeal, the Federation is going to be back in the same situation.
But anyway, for the Raise Life and Our Savior game, unless, you know, the reffing is really bad for that game, which is happening actually later today, I don't see why there would actually be an appeal in that game. I know it's a high stakes game for right now.
It's they are both tied.
Yes.
Yeah. For our viewers out there, we are live Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and on our website houseoftalenttv.com, and we're discussing the encounter that is going to be happening later today. Raise Life, Our Savior.
So for the odds of this game, Raise Life versus Our Savior, first of all, everyone is fighting to, you know, be that top team that gets promoted to the new NBL that is going to have 14 teams, which I believe is really going to be
it's going to be quite a mouth-watering season.
I remember, I don't know who was hosting last time, and was saying if we could have more games, you know, in the NBL. And these 2 teams being promoted has actually given us more games.
More games, more drama, more intrigue, and more thrill.
It's going to be interesting. And I don't know, I would say that Our Savior will take this game. It's going to be a hard-fought game, might even go into overtime. But today I'm calling it for Our Savior.
You're calling it.
But Raise Life is an excellent team, especially their point guard, Gideon, superstar player. Okay, but yeah.
Well, Emma is calling it for Raise Life for today's big encounter to determine which team is going to make it to the top league. We return after this short break. It is Slam Dunk Basketball.
Talent is here. Uganda's got talent. That one is not proven. From boxing, athletics. Now Kenya, I mean, we came in the Olympics better than Kenya. For how long have we been there, struggling before? But now we had more medals than them. So the key thing here is corporate companies please come aboard.
Yeah.
The government will do their part. They will also squeeze whatever they can to come through.
Yeah.
National councils will also keep on budgeting to see what they can do better on us. And also federations, all of them, basketball, football, whatever they come through. Let us have a fair share to everybody.
Yeah.
I know football gets the biggest share in Uganda. I don't know why, but because I know my small analysis is athletics and basketball right now, and netball. Those are the top 3 games in Uganda that have carried athletics, netball, basketball to continental and worldwide. We're doing so much. So we need to also get a fair share to compete with football, which is getting $1 billion shillings plus.
Yeah.
We should be given that opportunity.
Welcome back. It is Slam Dunk Basketball. Felix Saupal is my name, and I am here with Emmanuel Ateng. We were just discussing our savior and Res Life, the decider of who is actually going to also make it to the National Basketball League. Tropical Royals already qualified. They are up there and they're celebrating and they're eagerly watching to see who else is going to make it. The game is tied and today is going to be that decider. Emma calls it for our savior. I say that it's going to be one that is going to be called by the refs. Considering the number of decisions that have been actually going on throughout these playoffs, I believe it's going to go down to the refs.
So
And it's also going to go down to which team is actually going to keep their head more cool. Because, you know, a ref calling a blocking foul on you and then a walk on you, a travel, which actually you can clearly see that is not accurate, is in a way going to work up your mind. So to me, it's going to be determined by the refs.
It reminds me of Makerere Open that used to happen at Makerere whenever it was like a final game and Makerere was there. When any stupid calls were made by the ref, or any calls that were deemed stupid by the Makerere students, the game would end there.
I remember the one would always be from one of the fans in the stands.
Tuguiwe, that's it.
As long as another person also calls the same, Tuguiwe, and
that was it. And then you'd have to replan for a game. And yeah, I mean everything actually almost comes down to the referees because they decide the game. All right, so I pray that the referees are on their A game.
I'm looking forward to see how Sam Gombia actually plays out this one, because I believe it's going to be quite pivotal. They're going to be looking out for him. He's the big down there who they expect to pick those rebounds and actually make those blocks. So this is a game where he actually has to make his comeback.
Yeah, Gombia is a very good player. He's played on the national team. He has played for a couple of teams in the NBL, played for Warriors, played for Rhino at the time they were still in the NBL and also in the second division. The only challenge here is that he's not a quick big man. He's a bit slow, so you'd have to change your game plan. Down in the D-League, it's, who's faster wins. So you'd have to change your plan around Gombia so that it's a slower game. When it comes to Res Life, they have the Sudanese boys, who are very athletic, who are quick big men, but they don't have as much experience as Gombia.
And that will actually put him in a situation where he's prone to fouling easier.
Yeah, he will foul more. So as much as it will come down to the refs, I also believe that the coaches are really going to play a very big role because they have seen themselves play throughout the season, throughout the playoffs. So it depends on which coach is going to come up with the best plan, and then it's up to the players to actually execute this plan. But at the end of the day, all these things said, it's going to come down to who wants it more. Is it Res Life or is it our savior?
See, in sport, there are different things. There are tangibles and the intangibles. Now, one of the key intangibles is attitude. Now, when you're talking about who is going to be wanting it more, that's something actually that you cannot instill. Depends on how a player will wake up and, let's say,
how I woke up this morning, how was I feeling? How you woke up this morning, how were you feeling? Were you really determined and you're like, this is a do or die game?
Yeah.
Now, that is something that you don't instill in a player.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
You players have to have that. Or the only way you can try to do that is by going the old way. Call them up and have that inspirational speech. Give them that inspirational speech. To
dose of motivation.
Yeah, to gear them up and tell them, you know what, we're not walking off that court unless we have the W.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it comes by 1 second, 1 basket, 1 point.
Yeah.
So that is what is actually going to make it very interesting.
Yeah.
And the other intriguing thing, which FUBA actually should also be praising and thanking themselves for, is that the fans are coming back to the stands.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you actually go down to the YMCA, you can see that the crowd is there.
Yeah.
It's not like the other time where the numbers were extremely very few. I remember at the start of the invite tournament that Power Basketball Club hosted, the first weekend, there were hardly any fans.
Yeah, stands were really empty.
Yeah. But as the weekends went on, second weekend, third weekend,
the stands started getting more full.
Yeah, people started coming back and everything. And I also admire the way the YMCA is handling the SOPs.
Yeah.
Right from the gate.
Yeah, all the way.
You have to have a mask. They have water stands built. Wash your hands. You are sprayed and everything. I like that.
Yeah.
And it's very encouraging for the game of basketball.
Yeah.
I wish other disciplines can also start following suit like that.
Yeah. You know, the irony is that FUBA is a body that is supposed to actually be regulating these things when it comes to the game of basketball. And they have done a good job so far. But you see that, first of all, the division leagues, the D leagues, actually continued with their season when FUBA couldn't. Then you have Power coming up with a tournament and observing the same SOPs that the NBL could have done
and
earlier.
doing it very well.
Which we could have done earlier, and you know, the league actually would have continued. But I'm glad that these few entities are coming up to show, you know, the bigger body that, you know what, we can actually run basketball in Uganda. All we need to do is be committed to a few things here and there, and we continue.
Yeah, because actually the credit of this happening is not actually going to the federation.
Yeah.
The credit of the SOPs being followed at the YMCA are going to the institute.
Yeah.
They're the ones that have instilled this in place.
Yeah.
Now, as a federation, this is a venue that you use. This is a venue that is home of Ugandan basketball, without a doubt. Now, why isn't the federation also putting in more effort towards this?
Yeah. That is the question of the hour. And I wish whoever is out there, if you're watching the show, you know, hit us up in the comment section. Let us know, why is FUBA failing to, you know, follow these SOPs that, you know, these other small entities like different teams are doing, like the D League is doing. Why can't we, you know, also follow the same SOP so that we can get on with the game of basketball? Hit us up in our comment section. Remember, we are live on our YouTube. That's House of Talent Uganda live stream. On Facebook, House of Talent Uganda. HTV1 on our Twitter. And we're still discussing the game of basketball. And yeah, I mean, league is going to resume next season, okay? But with a new variant of coronavirus coming out, you know, there's that fear again that, okay, what happens? You know, God forbid, okay, that we get into the same situation that we were. But in the event that we do, then how does basketball resume? Because other sports are going on and we're losing out.
We're losing out. And just one of the interesting comments I have here from someone that actually we have hosted on the show, Bashir Wogem, saying the federation should actually get people who work there for as a job, 8 to 5, instead of people who just volunteer.
But I like that comment. Yeah, but for someone to be there 8 to 5, you have to pay them money that is worth 8 to 5. I mean, if I'm coming there and I have to pay rent later, in the month.
You have to pay rent, you have to pay bills.
And you're giving me 100K, then it really doesn't work for me, right?
It won't be enough even just for your transport.
Yeah, but then again, those are things that the CEO has to look at. You know, it's better to have a small team that you can actually pay than have a lot of volunteers that you're suffering to pay. Okay, so it's a good idea if you can get people to work actually 8 to 5, have them as permanent staff of FUBA. I believe that would be very important and pivotal to improve the game of basketball. But are we willing or are we financially able to employ those people to work an 8 to 5 job?
The issue of finances has always been something that is synonymous and I would say a chronic problem when it comes to discussion of Ugandan basketball and implementation of policies and execution of so many things in terms of Ugandan basketball. Recently, City Oil were just supposed to be taking part in BAL. And speaking to their management, one of the issues as to why last minute they pulled out was finances. Now, so it is not just crossing from just one team, but it's now spreading all over. And the earlier that it is curbed, the earlier that next season is well more prepared. We've seen even Cobra basketball qualified for BAL. Now,
congrats to Johnny.
Now that is a team that is being coached by our very own. City Oil missing out on this. How big a blow do you think it's going to be to their championship run next season?
Yeah, it's a big blow, and I don't know how much the financial issue played a role, but also I think another thing was that when we went for the World Cup qualifiers, the team actually got back late. Okay, they got back 2 days before they were supposed to go for the BAL qualifiers, and the team was tired, I believe. Maybe there were some other issues there. And this was the season, we had Monday here, and he said that this was the time that we actually wanted to, they had to qualify for BAL. But I mean, if they had played and lost and we say, okay, we couldn't qualify for BAL, well and good. But we couldn't even go, you know, to the next stage because now City Oil represents Uganda at that stage. It becomes a Ugandan team at that stage. So it's for the league in Uganda, I don't think it's going to be a big blow to their title run in the league, but it is a big blow for them on the African scale, because now missing out on BAL is a very big thing. It was their opportunity to get out there, and also for other players on the team, it was their opportunity to be scouted, you know, by other African teams. They have NBA scouts there,
different coaches, get different opportunities.
Yeah, so it's a big blow in that part. But for the Ugandan league, I think for that one they have planned for it for many years to come.
Well, they've planned for that. And